We're gonna go live. Hey, good morning. If you would stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Commissioner Simone.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First thing on our agenda this morning is the consent agenda. Approval of minutes of September 16th, approve payroll, approve vouchers, approve and allow chair to sign annual snow removal agreement with the city of Powell, approve rescinding of fire restrictions, approve and sign letter of support, Powell Clarksport Conservation District, approve and allow chair to sign cybersecurity grant number 1, and approve and allow chair to sign cybersecurity grant number 2. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Unopposed? Hearing none, motion passes. So the next thing on our agenda is the DSR report. And with that update, as of October 1, we are on the 2025 development standards. There are still a few of the processes that were in the works at the time, or applications that are being finished up under the 2015 regulations. But all of the new forms and everything have been updated to meet the 2025 moving forward. On DSR 2, the consultant, planning and zoning staff, the working group are all in the process of reviewing some of the updated standards. As we move through those, when we get a significant portion of them, we will take them out to the technical working group and get them to the commissioners to review. So we're still a ways out. There's a lot of information in those sections, so it may be a little bit of time before we get another update to the public. With that, is there any other information on? Yes, sir.
Question, Madam Chair. As we went through the DSR 1, there was issues that we were going to address in round 2.
Mhm.
With that, something that just kind of came up in the process we approved in DSR 1. So that can still be amended basically in 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
and one of the concerns I'd like the technical group to consider is that where like a special district such as we did test
Mhm.
is required now to have a response on issues before it can move forward. In the past, we've always asked their input, we considered their input, but I believe if my memory serves me now, they, as well as the conservation districts, are required.
Oh, you're
to
talking about
have
in
a
an
response
application?
back, right?
In an application process.
In the application process.
Okay.
My point is, I've been contacted by Park County Weed and Pest, that's the liaison as one of the special districts, that their funding they're cutting 30% out of their funding. And in the future, they do not plan to replace the person that is Mary who does this. They're going to try to fill that, but they're facing budget cuts as well. And I don't think we would ever not consider their input, but we're under current regulation, it's mandatory that they have that. And in the future, if they can't provide that service in a timely manner, I believe we're really hurting, the public that's trying to work through the process. So anyway, just to consider that. The second question I have is I've been asked is, the survey that we sent out, are we going to get that? Is that available? The results,
It's on the website.
Breakdown to the public?
Yeah, it is on the website at this point.
It
I think
is,
it was
okay.
released last 2-3 weeks ago, at least.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So it should be.
I will forward that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And on the other, the one thing that we need to check is make sure that there's not something in statutes that talks about conservation districts and you guys reviewing things. I'm not sure that it's not stated, so we'll look at it.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Because, Madam Chair, I think that we're looking at, they're not going to be able to fulfill a weed report in the 60 days.
Right. But
And
if
it could be just put on the back burner for a long time if they don't replace Mary.
Right, but if it's a statute requirement, we don't have any options.
Yeah.
But we'll look at that.
I think it was.
Okay. Okay. Just a minute or two here. Okay, the next thing on our agenda. Tim Delavan and Erica Decker, Park County Planning and Zoning. Public hearing for Smith zoning map amendment.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So what I plan to do is just summarize some of the findings that are in our staff report, but all the findings, all the facts, all the agency comments and public comments are in our staff report. So Madam Chair, the Smiths submitted a zoning map amendment application to our department in June of this year. They request review and approval of the zoning map amendment that would rezone the property, this property that of interest from industrial to GRP. And the purpose of this request is to pursue a subdivision of the property for residential development. Under our current zoning, single-family residence require a special use permit in I zoning districts. Under GRP, it just requires a building zoning permit from our department. This parcel is located approximately 350 feet east of the city of Powell. It's on the north side of County Lane 9.5. The surrounding uses of neighboring properties are ag to the north, residential and commercial to the east, commercial and commercial vacant to the southeast, and to the south residential, and to the southwest agriculture, and to the west residential vacant land. There are some dense subdivision developments located nearby to the southeast, south, and west. The property immediately surrounding, or the properties immediately surrounding this property is zoned as follows. To the north, we have I and T. To the west, we have GRP. To the south, we have rural residential, 2 acre. And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, in the report, I have rural residential 1/2 acre, but in parentheses, I have RR2. It should be RR2. And then to the east is commercial. Ownership is affirmed by corrective quitclaim deed to the Smiths. This property is 18.7 acre parcel. No portion of this property is in an overlay district. Public notice requirements have been met. Agency referral requirements have been met. Park County Fire Protection District said they can provide fire suppression services. Public Works stated they have no comments or concerns. City of Powell was notified, but we've not received any comments from them. We've not received any public comments, Madam Chair. And the 2024 land use plan, land suitability map identifies the property as being suitable for development. Also, the 2024 land use plan, future land use map identifies the property as being favorable for industrial use. And of course, right now it is zoned I. The land use plan also indicates the area east of Powell, generally 1/2 mile north of Lane 10, as designated for a mix of rural residential, commercial, and industrial uses due to its proximity to the city of Powell. The property is located within the coordinated planning area associated with the most recent land use plan, which is property surrounding the city of Powell, indicating the property is in an area plan for municipal expansion or annexation in the future, possibly. Application submission requirement for zoning map amendment review have been met. The applicants have addressed all zoning map amendment approval standards, and the Park County Planning and Zoning staff have evaluated the applicant's response to all approval standards. Madam Chair, our recommendation is we reviewed the factors that were utilized to develop the zoning district for Park County, and we believe that we suggest that a zoning map change to GRP would be suitable. And the factors include, again, the 2024 land use plan suitability map identifies the property as being suitable for development. The land use plan indicates this area east of Powell suitable for residential, commercial, industrial. And again, the property is within the coordinated planning area, indicating the property is planned for municipal expansion or annexation. GRP zoning allows low to moderate intensity land uses. And properties to the west and northwest of this parcel are zoned GRP. And Madam Chair, we're happy to answer any questions should you have any.
I remember correctly, GRP is down to 1 acre.
Yes. Yep, that's true.
Any other questions for staff at this point?
Madam Chair, I can't get my packet to totally open, so
Sure.
I apologize because can't find the spot where I saw it. But I think there was somewhere in the packet that said that due to the proximity, does the city of Powell they're supposed to, they were notified, but they don't need to weigh in, or?
No, so since this development is within 1/2 mile of the city of Powell, we're required to notify them. But yeah, they're under no obligations to respond. And my understanding is sorry, Commissioner Simone, Madam Chair, we have no obligation to wait on them for a response, is my understanding. We just are required to notify them.
Okay. Okay, this is a public hearing. So I would ask if there's any public that would like to speak to this request for rezoning. That includes anything from the applicant, if there is. Mr. Scotch, you're gonna make me do this, aren't you? Okay.
Got to make an appearance like you. Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates. We did talk with City of Powell about this project and we'll talk more in detail on the next one coming up right after this one. But the sewer there, gravity's the wrong way to gravity back, so it might require a pump station if they ever wanted to annex in. So we did talk about that, but decided at this time it'd be better method of going this route and to annex into the City of Powell. So, and then applicants here, if you guys have any questions, so.
Okay, I think isn't there also an issue with that lateral? I mean, that lateral kind of plays into whether infrastructure can come that far south.
Correct. It would have to come from the west instead of coming from the north there. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Any other public comments? Any other public comments on this request for rezoning?
Madam Chair, I move we close public comment.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close public comment. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Madam
Public
Chair,
hearing.
just a question maybe for staff. The staff recommendations are basically not for the applicant. What I'm reading, the 2024 land use plans, land suitability map identifies the property as being suitable for development.
Mhm.
That doesn't seem like a recommendation for the applicant. It's just more of informational, right, for the staff recommendations, right? But usually it's to the applicant what the staff recommendations usually are, correct?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I understand your correction or your question, Commissioner, you're wondering is our recommendation to the applicant to?
Well, usually if we approve something, it's with staff recommendations,
Yeah.
but this is basically just information that is
Well,
given
If I
out.
could weigh in, I think the difference is the fact that this is a zoning change. So these are justifications for the zoning change versus
So
an
we
applicant
wouldn't,
doing a.
we wouldn't need the staff recommendations
They're
as
not
part of
conditioned.
approval.
They're not conditioned, no,
Yeah.
It almost
Not
reads more like
condition.
the resolution.
right?
Yeah, that.
Yeah,
Right.
correct. And I will say this, Commissioner Mangold, Madam Chair, it seems like, I think our summary is that it seems like this zoning map change is consistent with the land use plan among the other conditions, but I think it is consistent with the land use plan.
Okay, any further questions, comments? Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I would just say, I do appreciate all the information that was in here. I think just the map showing the suitability and the current planning area and all of that, I think it makes sense.
Helped.
and helps justify the decision to change for the zoning map amendment. And so with that being said, I would make a motion to approve the zoning map amendment change from industrial to GRP for the Smith zoning map amendment.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the Smith zoning map amendment as presented. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
Sarah, what is it, 22568?
Thank you, Jens.
So, Madam Chair, we have a few minutes before the next public hearing. Just a question quickly. How long did the process like this take? I mean, this is what
The zoning
DSR
change?
2 is gonna be all about, so, and if we may not get everything perfectly right, and if we do, this may be for a short time, more common, so.
A zoning
Chair,
map change. How
The map
long?
change.
Yeah.
I was just looking in our regs this morning and I thought it requires it to be done. Joy, our director, I thought it said within 14 days.
14 days of the application? Or?
My understanding, it's within approval.
Oh, okay. I guess what he's getting at is how long did the process take from when they determined that they wanted to do a zoning
Yeah,
map
do a
change?
zoning map change.
Is it about the same as an SUP permit or? Yeah.
It is.
So,
Yeah. Now with the
Couple-
zoning map amendment, Madam Chair, and you may know this, Commissioner Teal, the public notice requirement is 30 days.
Okay.
So that is longer.
Okay.
So you're talking at least 2 months.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, down the road, hopefully we get DSR 2
Yeah.
absolutely correct. And they're looking at the color map, there's a lot of different zoning areas here and they're already in big question. So, provided we get it perfect the first time, we won't have
We
this,
will.
but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good. But yeah, I mean, this is an option
Yeah.
to
Oh, yeah.
in the future that, and I guess my point is, how much pain is it for somebody to do that if they happen to miss, getting their property how they want in round 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, basically a month for each public hearing.
Right, so-
And I apologize. I was looking at our regs before October 1st. I don't know of any changes in our new DSR, but
I don't remember hearing any
Yeah.
discussion on
Yeah.
the advertising timeframes. Okay.
Well, I know there's just a lot of perception that once
Four to
once you're
6 months
zoned
total.
something, you're
Okay.
stuck, and this proves
Cody said basically 4 to 6 months total, but
4
from the
to
time,
6 months.
from the time you start, get the paperwork, do the advertising.
You have to go to PUC.
Yeah.
The other three, and that's.
So that should
yeah.
hopefully encourage people to get involved and get their their property what they want it to be.
Yeah. In this case, Madam Chair, I know the Smiths submitted their application to us on June 23rd of this year.
Okay. No, 4 months. Okay. Okay. Got a couple more minutes. Since it is a public hearing, we'll give it a minute or two, even though it's kind of the same property. You're starting, it's weird, yeah, click on this. Don't know why it's, yeah. What is this? It's a table of contents listing. I had IT come up yesterday and help me with that because it was doing that. I was getting half pages. And so he came in and looked at it and it was just put that off.
Okay.
Why didn't it say that?
And now mine won't scroll, like I can't scroll through the packet, like there's no arrow,
Well,
and his is doing PDF now.
all right, we're gonna have IT go over SharePoint. His is different than ours. Hers is different than mine. It's wacky. You're getting the thing. Click on the top white.
I wonder if they did an
There.
upgrade and it did something.
That,
Yeah, click there. It'll give you the rest of the page, because on a couple of them that are wide pages, it cuts it in half. It's a table of contents that started showing up for some reason.
mine's not even up. I have to go on the internet, my time.
That's what Scott's is doing.
Okay. All right, 2 more minutes. We'll get going.
We could, because of planning conditions. And the resolution just as they met with, the conditions.
That's fine.
Back. Is it? Should have come up again. We don't see these both. They don't come up on them.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Erica Decker and Kim Delvin, Planning and Zoning Department. Public hearing on Sunflower Estates minor subdivision for 91 sketch plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to summarize the findings for you. You have been provided the complete packet. As well as the applicant has also been provided the complete packet and it will be available in the Planning and Zoning office. Seton Smith submitted a minor subdivision application requesting approval of a 4-lot residential subdivision consisting of one 6.55 acre lot, one 5.14 acre lot, one 2.90 acre lot, and one 4.11 acre lot. Ownership has been affirmed. The subdivision is classified as a minor subdivision. The property is in an industrial zoning district and the applicant intends for the use of each lot to be residential, but single-family residences require a special use permit in industrial zones. The applicant has submitted an application for a zoning map amendment and requesting approval to rezone the parcel from industrial to general rural Powell, thereby changing the zoning district boundaries depicted in the official zoning map of Park County. Single-family residences require a building zoning permit in GRP zones. The lot sizes as proposed are consistent with the GRP zoning district. The property is an 18.70 acre parcel of land. The proposed subdivision is located approximately 350 feet east of Powell city limits on the north side of lane 9.5. The proposed subdivision is bounded by Shoshone Irrigation District lateral U to the north. The parcel is currently vacant agricultural land and is relatively flat. The property is within 1 mile of a municipality and the city of Powell has been notified. Public notice requirements have been met. Relevant agencies were notified and responded as follows. Powell Clarks Fork Conservation District identified 2 soil types on the property. The primary soil type is frisite loam and is rated low risk regarding corrosion of concrete, moderate risk regarding corrosion of steel, somewhat limited regarding roads and streets due to frost action and low strength, not limited regarding dwellings with or without basements and small commercial buildings, and somewhat limited regarding septic tank absorption fields due to slow water movement. The property is prime farmland if irrigated. Park County School District Number 1 stated they will have bus stops at all exit points onto County Lane 9.5. Park County Public Works, I'm going to summarize their findings. They stated legal access to the lots is via direct access to Park County Lane 9.5. Sufficient frontage exists to accommodate new access points to the proposed lots. Addressing will be reviewed and issued upon development of each individual lot, and Public Works does not have any concerns with drainage and erosion control at this time. TCT stated they may have the ability and capacity to provide terrestrial wireless internet and VoIP phone service to the proposed subdivision. USPS stated they can deliver mail. Garland Light and Power stated the proposed subdivision is in Rocky Mountain Power's territory. However, Garland does have power close to the area and is able to serve if Rocky Mountain Power does not. Montana Dakota Utilities Company stated natural gas service is available. The Park County Treasurer stated the parcel is paid in full. Wyoming DEQ summarized the notifications, permits, and certificates required for various activities that may impact surface or groundwater. Shoshone Irrigation District stated they have been in contact with the applicant and a water distribution plan is required. Northwest Rural Water District stated a transmission main is adjacent to the proposed development and capacity for additional service is currently available. However, cost details and timelines of construction activities would need to be worked through with the landowner. They also stated that the property is not currently included within the Northwest Rural Water District boundaries, and their board would need to be petitioned, and that is an approximate 6-month-long process. Wyoming Game and Fish stated they have no specific terrestrial wildlife concerns. Park County Weed and Pests did find noxious weed species, and a long-term noxious weed management plan will be required. Park County Fire District Number 1 stated they can provide fire suppression to the property. The City of Powell reviewed the application and they have no comment other than that the right-of-way width is sufficient. Rocky Mountain Power has not responded. A written comment was received from a landowner near the proposed subdivision. He is concerned about continued development in the Powell Valley and the availability of water. The applicant has reached out to the landowner to address his concerns. A title report has been received. No new roads are proposed. No known landslides, steep slopes, rock falls, or other hazardous features are known to exist on the property. Percolation tests were completed on proposed lots 2 and 3, and the percolation rates were 40 MPI and 10 MPI respectively. Groundwater exploration cuts were also made on proposed lots 2 and 3 to depths of approximately 7 feet and 6 feet respectively, and groundwater was discovered at 7 feet and 6 feet below the surface. Engineered septic systems may be required due to high groundwater. Domestic water was originally proposed from Northwest Rural Water District. However, the property is not currently within the district. Domestic water is now proposed via individual on-site water wells to be permitted and approved by the Wyoming State Engineers Office with the intent to install Northwest Rural Water taps in the future. A water sample was analyzed from a well nearby. The water sample did not meet Safe Drinking Water Act requirements. The results indicated E. coli bacteria was absent. However, total coliform bacteria was present. Arsenic was detected at 0.003 milligrams per liter. Sodium was detected at 100 milligrams per liter, and total dissolved solids was detected at 628 milligrams per liter, and monitoring is recommended. All other analytes tested were in the satisfactory range or not detected. Water filtration systems and further testing may be needed. There will be a reduction in land available for agricultural use upon development of the proposed subdivision lots. The applicant plans to maintain any weed intrusion on the property and keep all pet disturbances cleaned up. The water rights will be retained on the property, which will help with growing pasture for livestock. The parcel is not located in an agricultural overlay district. The notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991 must be stated on the final plat. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the sketch plan and application on August 20th, 2025, and they recommended approval with conditions. All easement standards apply. No stream or river is within or adjacent to the proposed subdivision. Electric service is not yet adjacent to each lot. Common maintenance of facilities is not proposed. It appears that livestock can legally run at large on lands adjacent to the proposed subdivision. So the subdivision is subject to Wyoming statute 18-5-319. The applicant will be required to provide evidence of one, an existing legal perimeter fence as prescribed by Wyoming statute 11-28-102. Written consent from all adjacent landowners. A perimeter fence is not necessary, or plans to construct a perimeter fence as required by statute and in accordance with Wyoming statute 18-5-306A13. The proposed lots appear to be adequately sized to allow for development. Approval standard requirements pertaining to sketch plan review have been met. Staff does recommend approval with the following conditions that I will read into the record. Condition 1, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Condition 2, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide a response from Rocky Mountain Power to the Planning and Zoning Department. Condition number 3, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, an approved long-term noxious weed management plan shall be submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department. Condition 4, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide a water distribution plan that has been reviewed and approved by the Shoshone Irrigation District to the Planning and Zoning Department. Condition 5, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. High groundwater may be present and engineered septic systems may be required. Condition 6, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the plat. Water well test analysis revealed the presence of total coliform bacteria. Treatment of water prior to consumption may be necessary. Condition 7, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide evidence of 1, an existing legal perimeter fence as prescribed by Wyoming statute 11-28-102. 2, written consent from all adjacent landowners or perimeter fence is not necessary. Or 3, plans to construct a perimeter fence as required by statute and in accordance with Wyoming statute 18-5-306A13. Condition 8, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit a completed affidavit of subdivider's compliance with Wyoming statute 18-5-319 to the Planning and Zoning Department. Condition 9, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement, if applicable, addressing all applicable required improvements, for example, utilities, fencing, irrigation, etc., for review by staff and approval as to form by the county attorney and approval of the board. Condition 10, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Any proposed water wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. Condition 11, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991 on the plat. Condition 12, the approval of this sketch plan shall expire after 12 months unless the applicant submits an application for final plat. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant an extension of one time for a period not to exceed 6 months. And condition 13, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-306. We stand by for questions.
Thank you. Any questions at this time?
Madam Chair, I was looking for the access. Will all 4 lots have like a driveway going out to 9.5?
That is the plan, yes,
Okay.
that all 4 we have access from the county road.
This is a public hearing, so I would ask if there's any public comments regarding this subdivision request. Mr. Schatz.
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates, representative of the applicant. Agree with all the staff recommendations. Just want to clarify a few things. High groundwater, when we went out there and did the perk tests, when we talked with Shoshone Irrigation District, they had a plugged drain. So depending on in the future, when they go to actually dig the perk test for the houses, the groundwater might not be as high, but we don't know that until that happens. For the power, Garland Light and Power have power poles in front of 3 of these 4 lots, but it's in Rocky Mountain Power's district, and we've had to do this before on a property north of Powell. So right now, those guys are arm wrestling to see who's gonna end up with it and how it's gonna work. So we do understand we'll have to get you a letter before the final plat on
But they're
that one.
both willing to serve it if they can get it working.
Correct.
Okay.
Garland Line Power is willing to serve it, but since it's in Rocky Mountain Power, they can't do anything yet until Rocky
Okay.
Mountain Power looks at it and says, oh, it makes sense because there's poles from someone else there. And then with the water, yeah, we're gonna go with wells after we found out that the Northwest Water is on the south side of this property also, but that's where the district boundary map stopped, was to the north of lane 9.5. So they are working through that process, but it's gonna be wells on this.
So this isn't just adding them as Swiss cheese part. This is actually a border change for the
Yes.
district. Okay.
And their line is touching on this property in the lane 9.5 right away. So
But all 4 lots would have access right on the road if they choose to do the petition.
that is correct.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to answer any other questions you guys may have.
Madam Chair, so are you suggesting in condition 2 that we reword that as, because it's possible Garland Power could be the power provider? And that condition says you have to have Rocky
Rocky
Mountain
Mountain
Power.
Power.
We
You
can
need to say a
slash that.
power, some kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, either or.
We can slash that condition to read that way before we sign the document, if
Okay.
that's okay with the rest of the commissioners. At this
Yeah.
time. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair. Cody, can you explain, I'm still a little bit confused about the Northwest Rural Water and the wells. I don't know that I'm totally understanding that conversation. Can you explain that to me a little bit?
Yeah, so when Northwest Water was formed, it had boundary maps. It had district maps. So there's properties that are in the district and properties that are not. They can only serve properties that are in their district.
Right,
And so properties that were 20 acres, 20 acres or larger, they're automatically out of the district unless they petitioned in, because potentially water districts like that can tax, right? They can do mill levies. So what happened is in this area, that was all farmland at the time. So it was out of the district. So once that's out of the district, you have to petition into their group, and they only do it once a year or twice a year. Maybe they do it more now. I don't know. We used to only do it once a year when the chairman was the head of Northwest Water District. We did it once a year to petition all these different areas into the district so that they could serve a little chunk of land.
Well, and it's
Yeah.
a larger process to
Yeah.
change the boundary of the district than what happens with some of the little properties that were inside the district. Those are fairly simple to add at the state level. But when they're outside, which this is changing the boundary line of what it can serve. That's the boundary.
but there's already infrastructure there.
Correct.
Is a line.
Because it was in the county right away.
So that line can serve this. These properties may not be in, but it can serve them. If these wanted to request in, it's not as big a process as changing this boundary line. Which is what that is. But service could be available if the landowners choose to do that.
Correct.
Because it seems like that would be the preferable route of whether,
It is.
other than
but-
the water wells with this disclaimer on the plat.
Well, and the fact that all 4 lots can reach that line without a subdivision road or something that would have to have a new line laid down it, that makes a difference to me, that they can all 4 easily reach that line if they choose to go that route.
But we're talking probably a year process when it's all said and done with all that stuff.
So to add that as a requirement, it's
Mhm.
gonna encumber, it's
Right.
gonna prevent them from being able
Right.
to
I think it's an option.
proceed.
Yeah.
But it is something they're entertaining.
They are.
Okay.
I think they've already even started the process of the petition in, so.
It's easier if the landowner currently petitions the entire parcel rather
Yes.
than 4 separate.
And
petitions.
then I think that has already
Okay.
happened. Owner says it already has happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
Before I can finish.
because of the description. Okay,
Okay, okay.
Understand,
That answers.
government at work. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions at the moment for Cody? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comments on this request? And for the third time, any other public comments for Sunflower Estates minor subdivision number 91?
Madam Chair, move to close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I have a question for staff. Quick, I wanted to ask it earlier, but what condition 8, explain to me what that is. It's they have to complete an affidavit of subdividers compliance with Wyoming statute. I'm not familiar with all the statutes for what is 18-5-319.
Okay, so
That's the
it's,
fencing. statute.
it's the fencing.
It's what?
So it's the fencing. It's related
Right
to
above it,
condition
it's the-
7.
The fence is in compliance of the condition just directly above it says 18-5-306. In reference to the fence.
Right, there are multiple statutes. There's one statute that describes what a legal fence would look like. And this statute is just that they've complied with one of these options, that they either, there is an existing fence, they are planning to install a fence, or
And the
they've
affidavit is
received
what
the,
we
they've received.
created, right?
The affidavit is what we've created, that they're just telling us that they have complied with.
They have, the
Fencing.
affidavit is the form that we,
Mhm.
okay.
Yes, and that form actually does get recorded, and the
Okay.
recording number is on the final plat.
Okay.
Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve Sunflower Estates minor subdivision 91 sketch plan
Second.
with the, with including the staff recommendations.
Okay, there's a second. Okay.
Mine, are we, I think we also moved to strike
Amended,
or to just put power company
Right.
instead of specifying.
or list Garland with it, either one, slash it. We can update that document. Okay. Okay, we have a motion for approval with recommendations and one addition. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. We'll get those changes made and get it to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Um, 10:10, Tim Delavan, Park County Planning and Zoning Director, Public Hearing, Hoodoo Ranch Gravel Pit, SUP.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to summarize some of the findings that are in our staff report, but of course, all the findings, all the facts, all the responses are in that packet. So for this project, Public Works is the applicant. We did receive an application from them in August of this year. So the request is for approval. Am I good, Madam Chair?
Yeah, it is under Hoodoo. The Hoodoo Gravel.
Oh, yes, that the property owner is, yes, property owner is Hoodoo. Yeah,
Okay.
the applicant was, we consider the applicant to be Public Works.
Okay.
We did, so the applicant requests approval of a special use permit and site plan review. It'll be a gravel mining pit, which of course we classified as a rock products mine, large. Public Works will initiate this gravel pit facility as a source for road material for the new county road that will connect Highway 120 to the state shooting complex. Following county road completion, that our understanding is the Joint Powers Board for the shooting complex will occasionally access the gravel pit for material. And also the gravel pit will be used occasionally going out into the future by Hoodoo, which is the property owner, Hoodoo Ranch. And it is likely that crushing activities will occur at the mine following use by Park County. So our understanding is Park County Public Works will not do any crushing activities. This use is classified as a rock products mine. I already mentioned that. The property is 840 acres. The proposed use is approximately 4 miles southeast of the intersection of State Highway 14, 16, 20 and Highway 120. The proposed gravel pit itself location is in the southwest corner of a 320 acre portion of this property. The property is in a GR20 zoning district. This use, large rock products mine, is allowed in GR20 provided a special use permit is approved. Neighboring land uses are primarily Bureau of Land Management. I think that land manages is pretty much surrounding this property. Legal notice requirements have been met. Application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required. Wyoming's DEQ Land Quality Division stated their authorization is not required, provided the gravel material is used for construction on ranch roads, for the proposed new county road, and for infrastructure construction on state land. So basically for the shooting complex. Wyoming DEQ's Water Quality Division has confirmed that a SWIP is not required. And that's a stormwater pollution prevention plan. Public Works provide an application and plans that have been submitted to BLM regarding the use of the Hall Road. And just about, I think it was a week or two ago, we did receive notice from BLM that Public Works does have access to use that, or permission to use that Hall Road. So that has been confirmed, Madam Chair. Public Works also contacted Wyoming Department of Workforce Services regarding any permits. And while Public Works hauls material from the gravel pit, no notifications, inspections, or reporting will be required from MSHA. And that's that Mine Safety Health Administration. My understanding, Madam Chair, is they're with Department of Workforce Services. However, so no authorization is required from MSHA. WYDOT stated the county will need to apply for access permit. We did receive notice from WYDOT that access from Highway 120 to the Hall Road will be approved by WYDOT. We haven't received that permission yet, but they said it will be approved. Game and Fish responded. They said the project is in habitat designated as sage-grouse core population areas. However, it is more than half a mile from the nearest sage-grouse lek. Game and Fish did say the eastern portion of the project area is in crucial winter year-long range for mule deer. Game and Fish said the project is in habitat designated as the Oregon Basin sage-grouse core area. And then Game and Fish stated that sage-grouse executive order directs state agencies to prioritize the maintenance and enhancement of habitats in these areas. And Game and Fish also said that any activity authorized or permitted by a state agency is required to be assessed for compliance with the sage-grouse executive order. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, more about that in a minute. So then, as a result, Game and Fish said that if state permitting is found to be warranted, the project will need to be analyzed for sage-grouse executive order compliance via the density and disturbance calculation tool. And Game and Fish also said to reduce project impacts to breeding, nesting, and brood rearing sage-grouse areas, they recommend following best management practices. They recommend, this is Game and Fish, they recommend avoid topsoil or vegetation removal from March 15th to March 15th to June 30th every year. They recommend avoid mining activities, including truck traffic on the Hall Road from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. from March 1st to May 15th each year. Also, Game and Fish recommends avoiding ground disturbance activities and human presence from November 15th to April 30th of each year. Game and Fish also recommends practices that will help prevent the spread of invasive weeds. Weed and pest will require long-term noxious weed management plan. Madam Chair, we've not received any public comments. Park County Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this special use permit on September 10th of this year. The applicant has made various statements of how compatibility with an SUP will be achieved. Public Works plans to utilize a pit for to obtain approximately 30,000 cubic yards of pit run material to construct a new county road. Public Works does not plan to crush gravel when they're using it. The Joint Powers Board, is my understanding, will possibly crush gravel and use a limited amount of material. And Hoodoo will continue to use the pit indefinitely, and they may crush gravel, Madam Chair. The initial disturbance area will be approximately 2 acres. Hoodoo reserves the right to expand the pit. However, they plan to utilize the pit in an area no more than 5 acres. But the amount of the area disturbed at any time, is our understanding, will not exceed 2 acres. Nearest residence is more than a mile away. Impacts to neighboring properties will be minimal. Park County plans to have daily operations from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Thursday, occasional work on Fridays and Saturdays. Planning and Zoning also plans to maintain that haul road, and that includes water being applied to control dust. No utilities will be needed. Domestic water or sewage systems will not be needed. There will be no on-site fuel storage. Solid waste will not be generated. The applicant, which is Public Works, plans to reclaim the area at some point after use. And our understanding is, should Joint Powers Board and or Hoodoo Ranch initiate crushing activities, requiring permit authorities by MSHA or DEQ Air Quality Division, should they plan to crush, those agencies will need to permit or authorize. No outdoor lighting is proposed, Madam Chair. We have staff recommendations, and we recommend approval of this gravel pit, and we have 9 potential conditions for your consideration. I'd like to read those now.
Okay.
Is that all right, Madam
We
Chair?
need to keep moving.
Yes, I know. Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Applicant shall take steps to comply with Wyoming Game and Fish Department recommendations. To the extent possible and practical, the applicant should adhere to recommendations of Wyoming Game and Fish in their letter dated August 29th of this year. Should the Joint Powers Board or Hoodoo Ranch initiate crushing, permitting authorization by MSHA and DEQ will be required. Should any future activities require state permitting or authorization, which would be true if there's going to be crushing, the project will need to be analyzed for stage grouse executive order compliance. The applicant may have 1 portable toilet on site, anchor it, service it regularly, screen it. Prior to commencing the use, the applicant shall provide evidence that they have obtained all required permits, authorizations, or written confirmation that permits, authorizations are not needed from BLA, from BLM, and YDOT. Then prior to commencing any ground disturbance, the applicant shall submit an approved long-term noxious weed management plan to our department. The applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in our regs. We're happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions at this time from the board?
Madam Chair, just really quickly. I'm just wondering, the term "the applicant" is used multiple times in the recommendations.
Yes.
So the applicant is, you said is Public Works.
It is.
Above on page 1, it's references the applicant as Public Works. And so I think this is where I kind of get like, there's multiple people involved in this. And so I think maybe we need to change that to, if this SUP, and it's my understanding that this SUP, once we're done with our part of it, the Park County, we're exiting, but Hoodoo's going to maintain this
Right.
SUP, right? It goes with the land.
Yep.
So I think,
correct.
and it's my understanding, we're bringing an agreement for that exit process separate to this SUP, but I think we need to change the word applicant to maybe Hoodoo or
Yeah, the landowner.
Landowner.
I think that'd be totally appropriate. You're right, because ultimately the landowner would be responsible for things like nuisances.
Right. Public Works has certainly been involved and helped with this process, but the landowner is Hoodoo and they will have future use of it. So it
Correct.
stays with the landowner.
Yes.
So yeah, I agree. But yeah, it should be the Hoodoo.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, are you recommending that under these conditions, we say maybe property owner?
That's fine too.
And regarding these conditions?
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
And
this is
again-
a public hearing.
Well,
I would ask,
say, and as you know, too, my understanding is in the future, there will likely be crushing activities.
Yeah.
If that's the case, state permitting will be required, then it'll kick in that executive order.
right, and that's listed
And
in
that
those
was listed.
recommendations. So that will be up to the Hoodoo. Okay. This is a public hearing, so I'd ask if there's any comments, concerns about the gravel pit application? Anything? Come on up. Yeah, we need to kind of hurry. We're gonna run behind on a secondary public hearing.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Brian Edwards, County Engineer, on behalf of Park County Public Works Department. Real quick, just a couple points of clarification. Also, the landowners here, Representative JD, if you have questions for him, and mainly I'm here to answer any questions on behalf of Park County Public Works. I do have a few clarifications, edits on the resolution when you get to that point, if you want to wait till the end. Or at what point you
If
want
that's
that.
the case, we're probably gonna have to continue this public hearing.
Okay, they're real minor, but
Okay,
if you would like me to,
if you'll hurry,
I'll
we're
hurry,
supposed to
hurry.
start another public hearing here.
yeah,
I-
understood. We'll go quick. This is on the resolution on the findings, just on number 29, the YDOT permit or approval on the, for the right of way access to use that 0.7 miles. That is, they were waiting on BLM authorization, which they now have that. So once we have that,
Okay.
you'll get that. Let's see. On your finding number 34 in the resolution, it says notice has been received at MSHA that no notifications, inspections or reporting will be required. You might just amend that to say unless there's crushing activity,
Okay.
because if there's crushing activity, then they did ask to be notified if they were. And then I know there were some concerns that were at least brought up to me separately about, Park County's exit plan for this. On number 44, if you wanted to have something, and this is things that we could work out separately in the agreement with the landowner, but we intend that when Park County is done to reclaim the pit, if that coincides with the shooting complex, that's fine. Perhaps maybe we say, or within 2 years, whichever comes first. The way that's worded, it sounds like if the shooting complex takes 5 years, then we're tied to it for 5 years.
Oh,
So to me, maybe you want to say when the shooting complex is complete or within 2 years, whichever comes first. So just a suggestion. Then I think this was asked by Glenn Ross brought this up as on number 49. It says it is anticipated Park County completes construction of the road. The Joint Powers Board and Hoodoo will utilize the gravel pit. It says occasionally and infrequently as needed or infrequently. Glenn suggested maybe it's almost a double negative if we could just have that say the gravel pit occasionally. We don't really need to say and infrequently, even though
okay.
kind of says the same thing, but I think that is the owner's intent. On number 51, Park County will control dust on the road when Park County is using the pit. So we might want to add when Park County is using the pit to the end of 51. That may be it.
Okay.
Next to the list. Oh, number 74, it says all access roadways will be required to be built to accommodate fire. I'd
Mm.
rather that say maintain to come because we're really not going to build anything. We're going to maintain an existing road. Number 75, a general stormwater permit is not required. The way it kind of reads is we're covered under a general stormwater permit. We actually are not required to be for coverage under that. And I think that's it.
I'm not hearing anything that jumps out negatively. Are y'all okay if he gets with Erica to get those few changes made
Mhm.
on the resolution?
I
Okay,
think those were good.
Madam Chair, I'm just,
Is it-
real quick, you might double check those line numbers because
They
some
do
of them
not.
didn't.
They're
quite-
not corresponding with what, only a couple of them
Are
correspond.
different.
Oh, I may have
on
an older
ours.
version of the staff report.
You're looking at the planning and zoning.
Okay, if you guys could work through that after a while, we'll get
Understood.
going. So I need to ask if there's any other public comment on this request. Any other public comment on the Hoodoo gravel request?
Madam Chair, I
Yeah.
move to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. It's the pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the Hoodoo SUP for the gravel pit, Hoodoo gravel pit SUP with the changes as discussed, including changing it from applicant to landowner and the changes that the county engineer brought forward
And the conditions.
and the staff recommendations as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the Hoodoo Ranch gravel pit SUP with cleaning up a few of the conditions and accepting the staff recommendations. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, just quickly, thank you to the Hoodoo for working with the county and providing this for us. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Thank you. None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam
I'll
Chair.
work with you on those changes.
Yeah.
Okay, again, thank you to the Hoodoo.
7-0.
Resolution 202570.
7-0.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will move into the Thompson SUP 280 public hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I'm planning to just summarize some of the facts that are in the staff report. All of the findings are in the staff report, all the facts and all the comments from agencies and any public comments, so on and so forth. So regarding this project, we did receive an applicant from Bobby Thompson for a special use permit in July of this year. And then we received some updated material on September 5th and 8th of this year, where the applicant submitted a revised plan and some additional documents to accompany the application. So the applicant requests a review and approval of a special use permit. This will be to operate an underground water pipeline and bulk spring water transportation and commercial distribution system. We've classified this proposed use as a major utility use. The property is in a GR 35 zoning district. These uses are allowed in that zoning district, provided an SUP is approved. The ownership is to Heart Views LLC. This property is 160 acres. The property straddles County Road 8VC. It's approximately 10.7 miles west of Highway 120. It's near Clark, Wyoming. Neighboring land uses are BLM and Forest Service lands. The nearest private land is approximately 1/2 mile to the south. This property does have an existing residence. The parcel does have a significant increase in elevation as you move from the county road to the northwest. The Board of County Commissioners in 2019 did approve the operation of a water bottling facility on the property. However, the use never commenced, and as a result, that SUP expired. And Madam Chair, that use required a variance, which was approved because that water bottling facility, we had it classified, again, this was back in 2019, as an industrial use, which wasn't allowed. So first there was a variance, which was approved, and then the county commissioners approved the SUP. But again, that use had never commenced, so the SUP expired. And again, that was back in 2019. So, Madam Chair, the product involves the following. In summary, water will be drawn from a spring on the house, going to a spring house. From the spring house, the water will travel down in underground water pipeline into two 5,000 gallon holding tanks. Those holding tanks will be housed in a barn dominium. The barn dominium will also contain the filtration, sterilization, metering and monitoring equipment. And also that barn dominium will have a small residence. Then that water will flow to an truck accessible water filling station located on the lower, flatter portion of the property. This property has what's called the Bruner Spring that has 2 permits designated for water use. So two pipelines associated with that spring. Should this SUP be approved, the applicant plans to demolish the existing bottling infrastructure, the residence, the holding tank, and the holding tank structure. And the applicant will construct a new residence, which will include that barn dominium. You can see in our packet on the site plan, it shows the entry point, driveway extensions, the water filling station, Rocky Mountain Power easement, and Rocky Mountain Power service line, the barn dominium, the spring house, the pipeline, and then it shows contour lines and ravines. So the applicant also stated that the transportation and commercial distribution system will not include a bottling facility. There will be no bottling. The spring water will be hauled in an FDA-approved food-grade stainless steel trailer to a licensed co-packing facility somewhere outside of this property. What the applicant said would be a 1 to 4 hour drive from the site. Legal notice requirements have been met. Relevant agencies were notified. DEQ stated the facility will require a DEQ Chapter 3 permit to construct if EPA deems this to be a public water supply. And we don't know the answer to that yet. We've not heard whether or not this is a public water supply. Park County Treasurer stated property taxes are paid. Wyoming State Fire Inspector stated a fire plan review is not required. Weed and Pest will require a long-term noxious weed management plan. Wyoming Department of Agriculture was notified, and they stated that the facility will be required to have a bulk water hauling license from them. And a wiring permit will be required from the Wyoming State Electrical Inspector. Rocky Mountain Power submitted an estimate, so they can, it's my understanding, they can extend power. There already is power to the lot. They can extend it for the applicant. Public Works made comments. They stated legal access exists. They commented that a second address may be approved, and Public Works stated a drainage and erosion control plan is not necessary. Game and Fish stated they have no specific terrestrial wildlife concerns, Madam Chair. Park County Fire Department said they can provide fire suppression services. We did receive one public comment in opposition to the use, citing truck traffic, commercial and industrial expansion of industry at the mouth of the canyon, consideration that the use should be a rezoning request, and precedent setting. We also received 2 public comments, written public comments, stating the writers had no concern with this proposed development. And Madam Chair, in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, we had several members of the public that spoke in opposition to the public. Summarizing, they stated they had concerns regarding commercialization of the site, native impacts to the area's uniqueness, truck traffic and road damage, and they stated EPA authorization. So again, Park County Planning and Zoning approved this SUP. They recommended approval of the SUP on September 10th of this year. The applicant made statements of how compatibility will be achieved. He's trying to minimize noise and visual and traffic impacts. He stated that days and hours of operation will be, he would like, up to 2 round trip truck hauls per day, up to 7 days per week. And in addition to the applicant, he will have 1 employee, and his or her family will reside in the barn dominium, the residential space of the barn dominium. There has been a water sample submitted to the Wyoming Department of Ag for quality analysis. We saw the results. You had a chance to see the results. To me, there wasn't anything that stuck out as being negative. The spring water will be filtered and will be UV treated for quality. Parking and loading areas, Madam Chair, applied to this use have not been met. If I can expand just a little bit, we didn't see any parking areas on the site plan. As you know, in our regs, it says for residents, you're supposed to have 2 parking spaces. And then I think it's for each 400 square feet of floor area for business, you're supposed to have a parking space. It would not be many parking spaces, Madam Chair, but we just wanted to bring that to your attention because it wasn't shown on the site plan. Site plan review is required. We said the DEQ and the Army Corps of Engineers may require permits or authorization. And we said a runoff and erosion control plan is not required for this use because Public Works said that would not be a requirement. Madam Chair, just if I may expand, the Army Corps, the applicant has been talking to the Army Corps. We don't know if this is considered to be a water of the United States. The applicant is possibly going to do a little bit of fill in some of the areas up there. And so any permission from Army Corps, which would be a 404 permit, which if that's true, it would trigger a 401 permit from DEQ, is my understanding. That's not been resolved. Yeah. Madam Chair, we recommend approval of the Thompson Springwater SUP with the following conditions of approval. If you don't mind, could I read those? Number 1 is Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number 2 is prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall provide any permits required from DEQ and EPA regarding a public water supply. Number 3 is prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall submit a formal response from the Army Corps of Engineers. Number 4, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall submit any permits required from DEQ and Army Corps, if applicable, regarding activities that may result in just discharge of dredged or filled material, stormwater, or other pollutants into surface water. Number 5 is prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall provide proof of a bulk water hauling license from Wyoming Department of Ag. Number 6 is prior to commencement of construction or ground disturbance activities, the applicant shall provide an approved long-term noxious weed management plan to us. Number 7 is prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall provide proof of a wiring permit from the state electrical inspector. Number 8 is prior to commencing construction of the residence, the applicant shall submit a geotechnical report that is signed and sealed by a Wyoming professional licensed engineer. Madam Chair, we have that because the applicant has indicated he would like to get this a report from a geotechnical report done. He said he would like to do that and plans to do that. Number 9 is prior to construction of the residence, the applicant shall obtain an approved building permit and small wastewater permit from us. And number 10 is the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in our regulations. And Madam Chair, we're happy to answer questions you may have.
One of the things that and maybe it's just under the DEQ thing, but is there going to be a requirement for a licensed operator? Licensed water operator with DEQ? Do you know?
Unknown, Madam Chair. I do not know. Regarding a public water supply, I do not know that, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, my question is in reference to number 5 condition. I'm not familiar, and perhaps Commissioner Stewart can enlighten me. What is a bulk water hauling license?
It's from the
Good.
Wyoming Department of Ag.
Yeah, from the Department of, yeah, good question, Commissioner Teal. I'm unaware of exactly what it is.
Where did that come from, that condition then? I mean, I know that if you have a CDL, you have to have a tanker endorsement. I understand that, but we're not going to start requiring licenses. Madam Chair, it looks like Matt, can they have an answer for me?
Okay, let's open the public in just a minute. Maybe he can.
Yeah, if I may, I'll look for that if you have any other questions. Yeah.
Okay, at this point, while Kim is checking on those things, I would open this up. This is a public hearing, so I would ask if anybody would like to make any comments or have discussion on this application. And that includes the applicant. So if you would state your name for the record, please.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Bobby Thompson, the applicant.
Okay.
The bulk water haul license comes from regulations with the Department of Agriculture, the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. The tank has to be tested, including the intake and outtake for coliform or any other microbiological positive results, and the tank has to be in a cleaning process. But that's if we purchase the tank and the truck on our own. Otherwise, we'll hire an outside company to do that, and they'll be held to those regs as well as a bulk water hauler. And then when you cross state lines into Montana, you're considered a public water supply. And so that also triggers some more testing there. So the regulations are quite extensive on me.
Because of it being public drinking water, I mean potable.
When I cross Montana state line, the DEQ for Wyoming still has to determine that in that 401 process. And we're working with Jim Evans of JB Engineering here,
Mhm.
and he's fantastic. And so he's going to be helping us with that whole process.
Okay. Has there been a discussion about a licensed operator?
Not that I'm aware of. That's actually the first time I've heard that.
Okay, you might
Yes, ma'am.
check with DEQ just to be sure.
Appreciate that.
Okay, anything else that you've heard discussed that you want to tell us about or?
I consider the area to be one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in my life. And I come from a place in Virginia where I lived on the wetlands. I grew up on wetlands. And so the only fill that will be touching this project is the development of the spring head.
Okay.
It currently has a borehole, but it's completely overgrown. There's no ditch behind it to get rainwater away. And there's animal droppings in the area. So we did have a positive coliform test. But I assumed that was going to happen based on the animal droppings right next to the spring. So we need to clean up the spring site, cover it with a spring house, most likely insulated and wind rated. So it'll be a custom spring house for the 110 mile an hour wind rating in Clark. And yeah,
Yes.
yes, everything's got to be custom out there. And so I'm all about scenic preservation. I'm about being a quiet neighbor. I asked for the 7 days and 2 trucks round trip. I didn't want to limit myself if we start to really take off as a business. Early calculations, first month, 1 truck, literally.
Okay.
So I assume that we're going to end up pushing us purchasing a truck and a trailer down the road for costs. And we'll just do a one-time hire bulk haul on the first few because it produces a lot of pallets of water.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
right.
Really appreciate your time.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this application? One more time, is there anyone else that would like to speak to this proposal?
Madam Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Did you find anything else that you want to update or you?
Just, it's my understanding from what I didn't look at the letter, the email that came from Department of Ag, but they just talked about that bulk hauling
Okay, because it
authorization license. Yeah.
makes sense because it's
Necess-
possible drinking water.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Madam Chair.
Learn something.
Looking on the DEQ website stuff on some of this bulk water and all that, I think we're covered. As far as, it talks about the operator certification as you discussed. But I think in 2, it covers all that. Prior to commencement, the applicant shall provide any permits required by Wyoming DEQ and EPA.
Okay,
Because it does talk about that, this operator, but it does, you'd have to dig into it more, but I think we're covered under 2.
Okay.
That is required.
I figured it might be. Okay. Okay, any other discussion or the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Thompson Special Use Permit 280 with staff recommendations.
Second.
Have a motion to approve Thompson Special Use Permit 280, including the recommendations. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, just quickly, that you referenced the parking and that's part of the regulations. I mean, I don't think that's a deal breaker, but I guess I should have asked the applicant when he was up here. it is a requirement in the regulations, correct?
It is. Yeah, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, it is, I believe for residents per unit, I think it's 2 parking spaces and they're 8 by 12. And then I think for non-residential use, and if I remember, I added up his non-residential floor area is about 1,400 feet. And it says a parking space for each 400. So you're talking maybe 5, 6 parking areas. I think it's doable up there. I don't know that it's a,
I guess I'd ask the applicant, do you
Significant.
believe there's enough space to cover what we need to for parking and keep things off the road? Okay.
And so, Madam Chair, my follow-up question to that is, I didn't see it in the recommendations, but it's something that's required. Is it something that needs to be in the recommendations?
Well, the last recommendation is comply with all standards.
Okay,
So I guess we can make sure that they do with that statement on there. Does that make sense?
yep.
Okay.
Sure.
Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
2571.
Okay. Thank you.
thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
Commissioners, we then have a break until we have a public hearing at 11:10.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
That's really good.
Gotta move. I thought it's fine. I can just- We're on. I'm getting this. And, yeah. Okay, if everybody's ready, I think we can get started again. We now have a public hearing on Buena Vista Estates subdivision preliminary plat. Erica Becker and Kim Dillon with Park County Planning and Zoning Office.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So we did receive an application for this major subdivision preliminary plat review in June of this year. And we did receive a revised preliminary plat at the end of September this year. So the applicant, who is Mr. Carlson, requests approval to subdivide a 49.62 acre parcel into 16 lots. They will range in size from 2.26 acres to 7.61 acres, each for residential use. We have classified this subdivision as a major subdivision. The property is in the GRP zoning district. Public notice requirements have been met. This proposed subdivision is approximately 1.5 miles southwest of Powell. It's west of Road 10. It's on the north side of lane 11.5. Surrounding land uses are residential and agricultural. There are ag lands on the east and south lines of the property, and there are subdivisions to the west of the property. This property is currently vacant, irrigated cropland. The topography is relatively flat. This property is not within 1 mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. P&Z reviewed the preliminary plat on August 20th of this year. They continued that public hearing until September 10th, at which point they recommended approval of the preliminary plat application. MDU has responded that they do have the capacity to serve the subdivision. Shoshone Irrigation District has addressed the required width of irrigation drain easements. Weed and Pest will require a long-term noxious weed management plan. DEQ has confirmed the subdivision review resulted in a non-adverse recommendation for both the proposed water systems and the small wastewater systems. Northwest Rural District has provided a hydraulic modeling report, and Northwest Rural Water stated they currently have the capacity to serve the subdivision. However, they said infrastructure will need to be constructed at the applicant's expense. On March 24th, in a memorandum, Public Works stated a number of different things. I'll try to summarize these. Public Works said detailed construction plans and specifications need to be prepared by a Wyoming licensed professional engineer and submitted to them prior to initiating construction. Public Works also said they shall be notified upon initiation of site improvements. Public Works stated that upon completion of road and drainage infrastructure, the county engineer shall be notified and be provided with drawings and quality assurance data. Public Works stated that as-built drawings and data should include a letter certification from a Wyoming licensed professional engineer. Utility providers shall provide a letter stating the utility improvements were made in accordance with their standards and specifications. County engineers shall approve post-construction submittals prior to filing of the final plat. Public Works also reiterated that the subdivision is accessed by County Lane 11.5. A new access point is proposed, and therefore a right-of-way permit from Public Works will be required. And this is all comments, again, Madam Chair, these are comments from Public Works. Public Works said that their understanding is one subdivision road is proposed. The road will be approximately 1,000 feet. The road will provide direct access to all lots except for 5, 8, 9, and 12, which will be served by the access and utility easements. And you can see that on the preliminary plat. And I might add, Madam Chair, that also lots 1 and lots 4 will have access directly off of lane 11.5. That's the plan. Public Works said the proposed road will require to be named, and I know there's been some discussion of names. To my knowledge, a name has not been decided yet. And there's some other, you had a chance to look at the other findings mentioned by Public Works, so there are other comments. The state engineer's office acknowledged that there are irrigated acres associated with the use, and those irrigated acres must be addressed per state statute. As of May, the state engineer's office had not received any documentation regarding water rights disposition. And I don't know if that's changed. I don't know if there's any water rights plan that have been sent to the state engineer's office yet. If it hasn't, it will need to be. Rocky Mountain Power stated they can provide electrical service. Public comments have been received. Some neighboring landowners are opposed to the subdivision. Some of their concerns include an agricultural covenant on the property. Soil types they feel are limited. Some feel are limited for septic systems. Some members of the public were concerned about business uses in the zoning district and whether the subdivision might result in nuisances. And one of our findings was, Madam Chair, that we obtained an opinion from the county attorney's office regarding the agriculture covenant concern. And my understanding is they felt like this subdivision can move forward. So we have received a draft copy of the protective covenants and conditions, and the applicant does plan to create a homeowners association and draft bylaws of that HOA. Those have not been received by us yet, but our understanding is we will get them at some point, the HOA bylaws. The proposed subdivision is within 400 feet of an existing water main, of course, Northwest Rural Water. Fencing requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute will be met. The applicant has addressed mitigation of pests, litter, and domestic pest disturbances. That was in their draft covenants and conditions, Madam Chair. To our knowledge, the applicant again has not submitted an irrigation distribution plan to the state engineer's office, and an approved subdivision improvements agreement will be required for the subdivision. Madam Chair, we do have conditions that we're recommending, and they are, and Madam Chair, we don't say it, but I believe we're recommending approval of this preliminary plat. So our recommended conditions are: number 1, all easements, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but those easements shall never be less than 20 feet in width. They must be identified on the final plat. Number 2 is, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide evidence of the Public Works Department's approval of the subdivision road name. Number 3 is, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an approved long-term noxious weed management plan. Number 4 is, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit a water distribution plan that has been reviewed and approved by the State Engineer's Office. Number 5 is prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide evidence of, 1, an existing legal perimeter fence as prescribed by statute, written consent from all adjacent landowners, a perimeter fence is not necessary, or number 3, plans to construct a perimeter fence as required by statute and in accordance with state statute. Number 6, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement addressing all applicable required improvements such as utilities, mailboxes, roads, fencing, and so on for review by staff and approval by the county attorney and the Board of County Commissioners. Number 7, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit a draft HOA, it could be bylaws, to address maintenance of shared facilities such as the road and irrigation infrastructure to our department. Number 8, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations and minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. And Madam Chair, we're happy to answer questions. Should you have any?
Are there any questions at this time for staff?
Just a question about the planning commission approval conditions on the applicant shall submit plans to mitigate and anticipate impacts to existing ag operations, but not limited to irrigation conflicts, pest and litter and domestic pets. It says conditions met. What, as far as the conditions being met, how do they meet those that they would address something like this? One of the issues that we have, for instance, along the Willwood Highway were subdivisions that have come in, the lots didn't sell and they became tumbleweed factories.
Yeah.
And the Willwood filled with a lot of tumbleweeds because of subdivisions that all the lots didn't sell and they just let it go. It used to be ag and now they're growing tumbleweeds. So would this be a mitigation, I guess, or would this be a conditions met where they would take care of the land even if the lots aren't selling right away?
Good question, Commissioner Mangold, Madam Chair. So my thought is that condition was met, given what I read in the draft, in their draft subdivision covenants and conditions. They address things like weeds, and I don't remember the exact language, but they said they would address things like weeds and pests and pets. They had all that kind of language in their
In covenant.
yeah.
Okay.
And they were draft copies, and of course, you know, whether or not people will abide by those remains to be seen, but they were in their draft, covenants.
And I just one real quick correction on condition 6 and you need to add, which is in reference to subdivision improvement agreement, Park County attorney cannot approve. It needs to be as to form.
Just fix the wording.
Okay. That's, Madam Chair, that's condition number 6.
At the end of condition number 6, yes.
Says reviewed by staff. It could say
Reviewed by
reviewed by
staff.
staff and the county attorney and for approval by the board. I mean,
Okay.
whatever, but it can't be approval by the county attorney because he doesn't approve these.
Okay, so just approval, review by staff and the county attorney, and then approved by the board?
Board.
That would be correct? Okay.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I would ask anyone that would like to come forward to comment on this proposal. That would be great.
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates. Representative of the applicant, and the applicant is also here. A few things of clarification. We are working on a road name. I've been shooting back and forth emails to County Engineer Brian Edwards. We've had quite a few different go-arounds on it, and I put a bug in his ear that somewhere down the line, the county's gonna have to start looking at, even if it's a same first name, but it could be different road, lane, court, something like that, because somewhere down the line, you're gonna run out of names or names that people can't pronounce for the emergency services. So they are working through that process, getting through that. To answer Commissioner Mangold's question on the weed stuff, what happens on these subdivision is they have to do a long-term noxious weed plan with Mary at the Weed and Pest. And in that, it says you're taking care of these lands until, I guess, basically forever underneath the subdivision process of it, because it's tied to whoever owns that land of the time. So yeah, the developer potentially could still be owning 4 or 6 of these lots at the time, but he still has to abide by that weed plan through the county once it gets approved. Let's see what else. We did submit a water distribution plan, an irrigation plan to the state engineer's office in July. They reviewed it, I think it was in August. But we've also, up until this point, we've been trying to work with the landowner to the north because that's where the irrigation gets fed from. And we finally have got a pretty good plan with Dan Haddon that he's gonna actually give us an easement across a different spot so it doesn't have to go through all his irrigated lands to get the water to this property. So I've been working with Shone Irrigation District, Dan, and my client to get that to work through. And yes, by the time we get to the final plat, we'll have that all ironed out. What else? Perimeter fence is always up on these things, and we'll definitely have a thing by final plat on that. And we'll be working on the subdivision improvements agreements and all the covenants and HOAs. So, and we're happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Anything for Cody at this point? Thank you.
No, thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this proposal? Again, is there any other public comments on Buena Vista Estates subdivision preliminary plat? Seeing none?
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Pleasure of the board. Yes.
Discussion.
Yeah.
I want to bring back up what Commissioner Thiel talked about this other one when it comes to number 5.
Mhm.
I guess I'm a little confused. So looking at Wyoming State Statute 185306 AIII or A13, whatever it is. And looking at that statute, I'm just a little confused if that's the proper one, and I'm not saying it's not. But as I read that statute, it's not. Number one, I'm having a hard time finding 13.
Under 306.
Yeah, under 306A.
I can, actually, I can read to you, 185306A13. It says, if required under Wyoming statute 18-5-319, which is, the fencing requirements for subdivision permits, plans for the construction of perimeter fences, including the type of perimeter fence to be constructed, the materials to be used, and the subdivider's plan for paying the cost of the perimeter fence and the construction of the perimeter fence. So that would apply if a fence is not in place and they don't have agreement from the neighbors that a fence is not needed.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is not up to date. That's
Hmm.
fairly new, so it maybe just this one isn't up to date.
Yeah, that came out last year with the updates on the
Right.
fencing. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, a question also, on conditions, when, the Right to Farm and Ranch Act, sometimes we list them, sometimes we don't. I mean, is there a reason why it is not listed on this one? I know it's not. It's going to apply regardless, but we've, in the past, when there are any of these developments are adjacent to existing farm ground, we've placed that on the plat.
Yeah.
Did it just get oversight, or is there a reason we don't have it on this one?
My understanding, it would just be oversight, because I think a lot of times as
and probably as a practice, we tend to list that and say that shall be on the final plat. I think it's just an oversight. Because yes, it will have to go on the final plat.
So we need to add that as
So
a
we could
condition.
add that as a
We
condition.
certainly
at
can.
Number 9. Yeah, or anywhere.
Yeah, we'll just say condition 9, whatever order. Or add a condition, I guess is what we'll say. You can
Okay.
fit it in wherever you'd like to, but
Yeah, maybe I'll put it in as 8 and then I'll make 9.
however you want to renumber them is fine. Just make sure we add that condition. Wyoming Farm and Ranch is on there. Anything else from the board?
Madam Chair, quickly. I apologize. My packet is not loading on my computer. So you said during the reading that the planning and zoning had a continuance in like September or something, or got brought back. What was the reason that they put a continuance? Do you know?
Affidavit.
The irrigation plan that they were dealing with the neighbor, we needed a revised plan for that.
Okay.
They had discussion, the neighbor was at that meeting and they were having discussion regarding that. And so we wanted them to finalize, and then they had to take their proposal to the irrigation district for approval. So planning and zoning didn't want to approve that before the irrigation district had seen it and recommended that what they were proposing was doable and approved.
Madam Chair, I gotta say, this one is difficult for me simply because I'm not opposed. They've met the conditions that they, to move forward with the subdivision. But there's still that agriculture exemption concern that unfortunately may not have been done in the proper form when it was done, but I believe the intent was still there to keep this field remained in agriculture. And because they, and I'm having difficulty getting behind this simply because that is a major concern and with the people of Park County and in preserving agriculture. And I believe the intent back in whenever was for that purpose. We've asked legal advice, and unfortunately, I don't think they dotted their i's and crossed their t's. So it does open it up for development. So it still doesn't change the fact that it's concerning to me to approve something that wasn't at one point intended to keep in agriculture. So I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just throwing that out.
Madam Chair, I echo the same concerns. I think this is something we see with Wyoming statutes. Sometimes they're just not written in a way that it's clear enough to kind of guide what to do in this situation. But I have the same concern because I think the intent was there, the way it was maybe not formally done. But to me, it's the intent. And I think the intent was what Commissioner Teal referenced. And so I have a really hard time with this one as well, because I think they've met the conditions that we've asked of them too. So this one's hard.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at it, when you do a conservation easement, it's done a little bit differently and a little more formal than the way this covenant was written. So that makes it really difficult to make that decision.
Madam Chair, question, does anybody know when the agriculture exemption was requested, what dates? I mean, were we talking 2 years ago, 20 years ago? Any ideas?
Yeah, Commissioner Teal, Madam Chair, I do not know. I just don't remember even seeing that.
I think we did have I don't know that it's in here, but I think Director Hill had.
She's here. I see her.
Joy, could you come up for just a second? The question is, do you remember about when this covenant was put into place for the ag?
So, Walt Carlson, the previous Walt Carlson, so the dad, he put that in place, when that 1 acre parcel deed came out, which I thought we might have in the title report, I'm guessing. And so that was when it was effective, and that deed, you know, that's where it talked about.
About how long ago? Any clue?
It's been over a decade.
In the 80s?
It's been a while, yeah,
Okay.
and again, it comes back to how long does the
Right.
exemption,
Right.
or does forever mean forever, you know, or.
Well, it depends on how it's written and how it's
Yeah,
recorded.
It pretty much said it was not intended for residential or whatever else, so that's what the sticking point is that it was pretty clear that it was to remain an ag. So
And Madam Chair, Joy, can you just explain to me how was that language recorded? Where was it recorded? So it was on a deed?
I don't remember, I need to look at that, and I could do that, obviously, if you want to give me time to do that. I don't lose the other terms, it's complicated, did you take a copy here? I have it. So it's an affidavit. That was attached to it.
Madam Chair, Joy Hill, Planning Director. So I have a warranty deed from Book 101, page 837 in the county clerk's office. This was back from 1984, July of 1984. So the Odells actually conveyed to the Carlsons this particular property. I just want to make sure this is the 1 acre parcel. So the Carlsons were granted this parcel, and attached on page 101, 839. Okay, so it's a 2-page deed. And then book 101, page 839 has the affidavit. And the affidavit says Kelly G. Odell, Sandra L. Odell, and Walter G. Carlson and Lillian V. Carlson, each being of lawful age and first duly sworn upon oath, depose and say, 1, Kelly Odell, Sandra Odell are grantors, and Walter Carlson and Lillian Carlson are the grantees in a certain warranty deed of even date herewith conveying to Walter Carlson and Lillian Carlson, husband and wife, tenants by the entireties, a tract of land situate in this particular location containing 49 acres, more or less, and by reason of which there is a reserved unto the grantors a tract of land containing 1.045 acres. So it says the grantees, which is the Odells, or I'm sorry, the Carlsons, are receiving the 49 acres. And then the 1.045 acres is remaining with the grantors, which is the Odells. Such conveyance is herewith presented to the county clerk for recording. Number 2, the conveyance is a transfer of land for agricultural purposes. The land therein conveyed to the grantees, the Carlsons, does not contain any residences, dwellings, or similar improvements thereon, and such property has been and is presently and is intended to be used for the production of crops and livestock and for agricultural or horticultural use or a combination thereof. Such conveyance is not made for the immediate or future purpose of sale, building, development, or redevelopment, or for residential, recreation, industrial, commercial, or public use. So again, it's not made for the immediate or future purpose of these things. Number 3, by reason of the foregoing, affiants do believe and claim that the conveyance herewith presented for recording is exempt from subdivision laws of Wyoming, and it's being a conveyance for agricultural purposes. So, I'd have to pull the regs from the early 80s. We didn't have the same process we have now. They did it by affidavit. Today, we have an ag covenant. So it's a difference of what the regulation said at that time. But the statute it's been around for a long time. These exemptions have been around for a long time. We don't see the ag covenant one very often.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, this isn't new question. I'm reading that March 19th, the Planning and Zoning Commission asked more or less the same questions. We got, and I'm reading the response that our county attorney had. Normally, we take that advice. I'm just concerned that we didn't look deep enough that this may have some teeth. And I don't want to open ourselves up for something that, to me is pretty obvious the intent was. I would almost prefer to look into this deeper before we make a decision or I.
Is that a motion?
Madam Chair, we could always look at intent, but we gotta follow the law. I mean, what was intended if it's not written right? I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at the county attorney's opinion. And I'm also looking at what Ms. Hill read, and I'm just not comfortable at this time without more diving deeper. That's my opinion.
Madam Chair, for me, I think what matters to me is this was written, you said July of 1984. And I would want, it would be helpful for me to know, what did the regs say that they needed to do that in July of 1984? And I don't know the answer to that question.
Let's, we may just have to.
I wonder if, I guess and I can make the motion, but I think if we knew what the regs said then, and if the process that they followed, that affidavit follows the regulations at that time, and the statute that you said hasn't changed, but I don't know if maybe they've amended the statute since 1984, who knows? But at any rate, I think for me, I need to know that answer before I would feel comfortable with this, because I think it's clear what their intent was, what the intent of that affidavit was. And so I guess that would lead me to just make a motion to table this decision. I'll make a motion to table the decision on the Buena Vista Estate subdivision.
Pending further information.
Pending further information.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to table a decision on this request, pending further information.
I'm Chairman, that leaves the public hearing open, is that correct?
That's kind of,
Continue the public hearing.
Are we in the public hearing
yeah,
still?
we're still,
Oh, should we close it and then?
no, we closed it.
Yeah, I thought you closed it.
Lloyd closed and Kelly second. So the public hearing is closed.
Just now, second.
Just
It's back. Simone had a motion on the table to take, or on the board table. Did you withdraw that?
No, I think the question was, we originally made a motion. We've closed the public hearing on this already.
yes.
We made a motion to close. And now we were in discussion because Commissioner Stewart went into discussion right now.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table to table,
Floor.
pending
Second.
Lloyd. Pending further information. Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Because the public hearing was closed, the commissioners will request the further information that we're looking for, and it will need to be put back on the agenda as soon as we believe we have enough information to move forward. So it might be 2 weeks and it might be a little longer depending on the county attorney's availability. Okay,
So would it have to reopen as a public hearing?
not that I'm aware of. We've received no public
Just
comments.
the information.
Madam Chair, if there is any chance that you want to hear from the public, I would recommend you continue the public hearing, like reopen the public hearing and then continue it to the whenever. If you don't need to hear from the public, you've identified that you have specific information you're looking for from staff, we will provide that information. You can consult with the county attorney however you wish. The time for the public hearing obviously would be if you need additional information from the public at this point, because you've addressed what you specifically want.
Right. Does anybody see any reason to reopen the public hearing for future comment? Not seeing anything, so we'll leave it closed. Okay. We will notify the applicant as soon as we know that we have the information that we need to go one way or the other. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next thing on our agenda, running a little behind, Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer, Public Works HVAC project closeout, release retainage funds to Grow House Construction. Brian's giving hand signals. Order. So let's do the retainage thing first, Brian.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
No, mine's.
Somebody would take that.
I'll try to be quick here. I know you're running a little bit behind on the, so this is for the courthouse, courthouse addition and public works building, the HVAC project, which has been going on for more than 2 years now. It's been a pretty big project. There were a few loose ends, some carpet, a few things that needed to be corrected on the HVAC. Those have all since been corrected. So we're now at the point of issuing a certificate of final completion, final closeout. All outstanding issues have been addressed. All notifications or public notifications required by statute. We've received all the warranty information, any lien release waivers and things that are required by statute. We've received all that. So we're at this point requesting or recommending approval of the certificate of final completion and simultaneously authorization to reduce any retainage funds held on behalf of Groat House Construction. We think that amount, and I didn't verify this with Barb, but should be around $37,545. It should be the amount that's held in retainage, plus maybe some interest.
And we have met the advertising requirements.
We have.
Okay.
Madam Chair, move to release the retainage fund of $37,545 to Groat House Construction.
And accept the completion certificate.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to release the remaining retainage funds to Groat House Construction and accept the final completion certificates for the courthouse and public works HVAC project. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Brian Evans, our town engineers and company, obviously. Staff recommendation on road broom sweeper and four-wheel drive wheel loader. We opened these bids a couple weeks ago. There were enough bids that we believed we needed more time for review by our public works staff. So hopefully we receive. Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I brought with me our Powell Road and Bridge foreman and our mechanic, Jason, just in case there's some discussion here, but maybe we'll start with the broom. It's fairly straightforward, I think. Sweeper broom, which is the green summary that you've got there. As you recall, back on the 16th, we did receive 3 bids for new sweeper brooms, and then we received 2 bids for used, which would have been less than a couple years old, or we said 2021 model and less than 2,000 hours. So both of those brooms met that qualification. After going and looking, we had our both Delray and Jason and then our Powell mechanic, they went and took a look at the 2 used brooms. Those were, you can see as far as the prices, they're very close together. The one from Tri-State, which is a Bros broom, which we've got a few of those. So we've got some experience with those. And then they also went and looked at the Superior broom, which is offered by RDO Equipment. After looking everything over, the recommendation is that we purchase the Superior broom from RDO. It's got a John Deere engine in it. The guy said with 487 hours, it's in really good shape. We think with that, we recommend that we could, per RDO, purchase the 36-month 2,000-hour warranty for $9,300. So that's in that price. That's $68,991. That's in that. Whereas on the Bros broom, there wasn't an option for an extended warranty. So when you put that together, having 36 months, 2,000 hours in case there is some fly in the ointment, that Superior broom appears to be the best value at this time that's what we'd recommend we purchase. And that also keep in mind, I think when we get into the loader, we're trying to make up some dollars because we didn't have the loader in our budget. So we're trying to get a good value on a used piece. We had budgeted 95 grand for a new sweeper broom. So we can save a little money here by going with one of the used options.
So Madam Chair, to confirm the 68,991 does not include the extended warranty?
We did.
Oh, it is in there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The 68,991 includes, see, their bid price was 59,691.
Clear over here.
Oh,
And then if I'm sorry, if you look at the far right,
Yep.
we added in the 9,300 to purchase that extended warranty.
Okay.
And I think that's a good thing to do for that.
Okay.
It's a good, clean broom.
Is it good?
It's
Okay.
good. We run it yesterday.
Okay.
It'll be a good purchase.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, then I move to approve staff's recommendation to purchase the Superior broom from RDO out of Mills, Wyoming for $68,991.
Motion and a second to approve the recommendation, Public Works to buy the Superior broom for $68,991, which includes some warranty. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay. So then we're at the loader.
We're at the loader. This one, pretty good competition here. We did open bids on the 16th. We received bids for 5 new machines, which included a John Deere, Cat, Hitachi, Case, and Volvo options for each of those 5 bids. Looking at just the new bids, there's some used ones I've got that are on the back of the sheet. On the used bids, you could see the low bid was the T&E equipment, the Cat machine for $230,499. And what's kind of attractive as far as the low bid, that would be the low bid for the new equipment. The attractive with that bid is it did include the extended warranty in the base bid. So that optional 5,000 hour, 60-month warranty is in that $230,499 number. Whereas some of the competing ones, you could look down like, I think Case was the next lowest on the base bid, I believe. Yeah. So if you look at the Case one to get that same thing, it comes with 3,000 hours, 36 months, but you could get that optional 5,000 hours, 60 months for another 13,000. So I think to try to get them to apples and apples comparison, at least for the new machine, it appears that the Cat's the better value. And you can see the things that's included with that on optional equipment and whatnot. So that was, I guess, our dilemma is looking at that machine as far as a new machine. And then on the back side of your page is the used ones. We received 2 bids for 2 used pieces of equipment. We received the bid from Arnold Machinery for Hitachi for $265,000, and then RDO equipment. There's still trying to, yeah, there's we could their bid was $215,925, and that $222,000 on the far right is if we included, they would allow the county to purchase an optional extended warranty for 5,000 hours or 84 months, which is pretty good. I mean, that gets you out 7 years for $6,500. So we thought that was a pretty good value. So we added that in. So I feel like the choice or our recommended choice is between the used John Deere, which it's only got, what did I say on that? 315 hours. So which is nothing really, compared to the Cat. So you can see the price difference is pretty close. You know, the John Deere's nice because of the 7-year warranty versus the 5-year warranty. We run it out separate analysis that I won't bore you with, but on like the cost of ownership, equivalent annual cost, they're almost identical.
And so what we did, these guys, the road and bridge crews demoed both machines.
Okay.
They ran both of them. The consensus pick is they're both really good machines, but they like some things about the CAT machine in terms of responsiveness, hydraulics, response time. These guys can speak better to that, but it seemed like the consensus opinion was the CAT machine as far as all other things being equal.
What about maintenance and long-term?
But judging by what the guys like, yeah. Sure. Nicer. They like the responsiveness of the hydraulics just by, so the pump on the John Deere is an older technology. You use more than 2 functions at a time. It's not nearly as fast as a machine. Germans.
Madam Chair, I comment, I believe that they would agree that in the long run, 5-7 years from now, the cat's gonna hold its value more. And I believe the difference between
8,000.
new versus used, we're getting a little bit better, longer warranty. They prefer the cat anyway, and I think that difference will easily be made up in 5 years from now for the county. They don't own it, the people do, but the value invested today will pay off.
I'm sure I have a quick question.
Okay.
This is to replace the loader that we tried to fix and just remind me, because I can't remember didn't we talk about, that we can't trade it in, right? Because it's not fixed, and could we sell, did we?
We were gonna sell it. We're gonna put it on auction and sell it. I think that's how we'll get our best deal with it. Jason's been working with the mechanics and I think you've got a lot of the bugs worked out of it. There's still a few things that they can't get fixed, but Jason's looking at
Plan
me,
to go to
but
auction.
yeah, it's plan
But
on
we'll
going to
get
auction.
some, we should get some.
Yes, we'll get some money out. Yeah.
And the situation on the budget after discussing it with the county clerk and how this needs to happen because of when we're looking at it. I know, Brian, that you agreed to a zero change in your bottom line on your budget. You were gonna take these funds out of a different line item. We'll need to do that in the next month or so, because we're to notify the public whenever these things change, and we are agreeing to a fairly large purchase. So even though it's not gonna change the bottom line in your budget, we will have to do that amendment to your budget in the next month.
I will get with Colleen and
Okay.
we'll bring that.
Okay,
and Kelly.
whichever one we do.
Yeah. And like I said, there'll be a little bit of a difference there because of that 25,000 savings on the broom.
Right.
Ish. So we'll bring in a number or we'll come in and like you
Okay.
say, it'll come out of this or come out of something else to pay for this.
Okay, we just need to get that figured out.
Yep.
So what's the pleasure of the board?
So Madam Chair, just to make sure that that the public understood that. So the budget on the broom was 95,000 and we're spending so about 30,000 less.
We'll say-
Correct.
So that 30,000 we can kind of put towards this, plus we're selling,
Mhm.
auctioning the
Correct.
loader, so there will be some revenue coming instead of just this big expenditure.
Correct.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the CAT, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it. The bid from T&E or the equipment purchase for the CAT from T&E Equipment out of Billings for the amount of $230,499.
Second,
It's been moved and seconded to approve the recommendation to purchase the cat loader from T&E in the amount of $230,499. Any further discussion?
Thank you for going in.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys, for coming in.
Oh, right.
Don't break.
Don't break.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
guys have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian.
Hey, Brian, thanks for these spreadsheets too.
Yeah, These are helpful.
Oh, no. Well, yeah.
Okay, we'll reconvene our meeting. 1:15, Richard Jones, Cody Conservation District. Consider a mail ballot election for the Cody Conservation District mill levy. Mr. Jones?
Good afternoon, Madam Commissioner, the commissioners. Here we are again. I'm here for the purpose of requesting a mail-out election, special mail-out election from the commissioners. And most all of you have heard our story ad infinitum for a long time. Ms. Simone may not be as familiar. It's been going on for some time. I'll just briefly summarize where we're at today. The conservation districts were authorized after the Dust Bowl years back in the 40s, and we've been constituted a conservation district for over 80 years here. There are 33 of them in this state. There are 3,000 of them around the country. That being said, in this state, we are an entity under the Department of Agriculture. We are elected officials, and we have the responsibility of weighing in on soil and land conservation matters. We have no regulatory authority. However, we do have a seat at the table. We work with the counties, the state, feds, anybody concerning land and water conservation issues, and the public. We are the voice of the public, basically, to expedite, help producers and the public in water and conservation issues. That being said, it's an important role, and we've always had good support from the county and recognize it. We also are a bit of a pass-through agency where literally tens of millions of dollars over the years is either facilitated or funded passed through us from people like the Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Lots of times other entities cannot give money directly to individuals. They have to give it to some other organization, and we serve that function. However, in almost all cases, we never have any portion of that pass-through. Straight pass-through, we don't get percentage or anything like that. Consequently, funding has been our issue. We're primarily grant funded on whatever we can get. The state has generously provided us with about $8,000 a year for the last 30 years. And that's a little thin. And I will say that Park County has been generous to us in the last couple of years. They've given us a space to have a desk, and they have given us some actual funding to keep us afloat while we're going through this process. We are one of only 2 conservation districts in the state of Wyoming that does not have a permanent source of funding. All the other districts either have a mill levy of some sort, or they get direct county funding to have a basis for operations. It's very difficult to have planning over the long term. Many of our issues go out 1, 2, 5 years, 10 years. If we're living grant to grant, it's hard to keep an employee on, it's hard to have continuity. So funding is a critical issue if people feel the value of the conservation district is there. We have another handicap, being a state agency and elected officials. We cannot actively lobby for tax money or funding from the public. So we've tried a couple of times, well, several times over the years, but in the last several years, we attempted to ask for a mill levy on the general ballot. The first time we did that, it was a major election year. We also had the second round of the 1-cent tax proposal increase, which was not popular. In Park County, as you traditionally know, if you say tax, public says no. And we got caught up in that affair. That went down, and our issue was on the ballot, and it just got overridden. So we figured out the next year would be better. It'd be a non-big election year. We'd do it in the primary instead of the general. We were the only issue on the ballot. We've been working very diligently trying to get the word out in the public on what the conservation district does. Our 2 centers of voters are Powell and Cody, mostly Cody. That's the population center, and the urban people in Cody are not that familiar with conservation districts. Our rural people are, but they make up a small percentage of voters. So we've been trying to do a lot of urban outreach in Cody with things, pollinator gardens, working on getting the informational signs at Beck Lake done, school programs and things to get our word out what the conservation district is. Even though we've been here 80 years, nobody has a clue as what it is. And we figured in the primary election, we would be a single issue, up or down kind of vote on that. Unfortunately, just before that, the tax increases came out 2 weeks before the election from the county. Okay. Oops. So again, boom, we got turned down on that. Strategy wise, in consultation with the elections people and just knowing how things work in the county, we figured that the mail out process would be the best way to have a chance of getting this passed. Be non-competitive with any other issues. It would target only the voters in the conservation district, of course. People that support the district, we felt would probably approve it, see the value in it. People who didn't know the district or didn't really like it, most likely might not even return the ballots. So with a low turnout, possibly a positive turnout, we think a mail-out ballot would have the best chance of getting approval for passage of a mill levy for us. We were in that process last spring. Had a few technical glitches in it. It wasn't able to get off. We were hoping for something this coming month. But that being said, that's water under the bridge. At this point, we'd be looking, I believe, at a possible mail-out ballot in May. Is that correct? And starting that process now. And so basically that's it. We're hoping the county would support this mail-out ballot and allow us to start the process with the elections people and do whatever we need to get this thing on the road. And that being said, we just hate to come in all the time hat in hand begging for something or help. And we feel that the expenses of this particular election, if successful, will give a long-term solution to this issue. I stand for any questions or explanations.
Not really. We've received a little bit of information from the elections office and through state statutes. At least in my mind, part of my dilemma is the cost, which is approximately $26,000, which we did not budget for. I don't know if commissioners are willing to do a budget adjustment to try to do something like this. And on the other end of the spectrum, I was also just visiting with our planning director and the board on our applications for subdivisions and those things. The board shall require the applicant to obtain review and recommendations from the local conservation district regarding soil stability, erosion control, sedimentation, and flooding problems. The review and recommendation shall be completed within 60 days. So this is an organization that we have to have by statute. They have to give us responses to requests for information on changes that we're looking at or growth issues. So it is kind of a dilemma that we're in too, as far as the budget and whether this can happen or not. Understood the need.
If I may say, that was one of the questions we've had in the past, is just the costing of it and sharing and everything else. And I believe the elections division, the county attorney has pretty much made it clear how that works. The $25,000 approximate cost of a mail-out ballot, if successful, would be last time we come to you. You've already been generous in us in giving us actual grants to keep us afloat with keeping employee on. We just, the last water quality supervisor we hired, a permanent employee back at the beginning of the year, has resigned. And we've offered the position to a new person who's qualified. And we have to be competitive in the salary for these people. Not only that, asking someone to have a permanent job with qualifications who is not guaranteed any longevity, grant to grant. We'll get them, they're fine. If we don't get them, so it's a very quicksand-like thing for an employee. Get a quality employee who's willing to take a chance of being out of work in 18 months when grants run out or something like that. My personal opinion is $25,000 is, in the big scheme of things, not a lot of money. in terms of our county budget. But it is an unexpected cost. However, if successful, that would be the end of that story for our district. So that's why we're here, and it's up to you guys to make a decision. I almost guarantee you that if we don't get funding, we'll be back in the same situation where we'll be coming and begging for a little assistance here or there. And our other dilemma is we cannot lobby for ourselves. If we could do something like that and advertise and lobby and get people really up for it, that'd be a different story. But as public officials, we're not allowed to. We can tell people what we do, but we can't advocate for tax funds. So it's in your hands, and you all know where we're sitting. Decision you'll have made. So we're.
I'm Chair. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, how much have we given you before?
The last couple of years?
Yeah,
Well, you are providing us at probably no big cost to you utilities of space over
Right.
in the center, which is very nice. It's a vacant room basically, but you're picking up utilities and stuff, so that's very nice. But you've given us Carmen, how much has the county given us in the last 2 years and just some sustaining funds? It's Carmen McIntyre, she's one of the supervisors. You know approximately what?
Yes, good afternoon. I believe it was 2022, 2023 timeframe. We received $67,000 to help fund a position for a period of 3 years. And then this past year, we received $22,000 for a shared position agreement with the Natural Resources Conservation Service.
Yeah, we show, geez, in 21, 22, we did about 8,000 something, and then I showed zeros kind of across the board after we talked about the rent situation, I think, where we don't charge the rent, we can use those as an offset against your grants. And 25, 26, you requested 27,000, we approved 22,000. So the farthest we've gone for now. But these funds, from my understanding, investing with the elections office and the way the statute reads is that the county is required to foot the bill.
my point
The
is,
county's required to foot the bill for the election.
is the 26,000 as the figure here is more of a roll the dice gamble type of thing, as opposed to direct funding, for a year. Do we roll the dice and hope that for the first time ever that a lot of these voters in that district, who nowadays, a lot of them are from out of state, have just moved here, and are they going to approve a mill? Possibly, but that's the gamble, and we're gambling the 26,000 as opposed to just sort of keeping you running during this time.
Well, but the 22 doesn't, not speaking for you guys, the 22 doesn't appear to keep them running because a mill would be a significant larger amount of money to help with employment and state stability, I guess I would look at.
That's exactly right. Silverfield is the stability is the real problem we've got. We've been keeping our head above water a little bit, and your funding really saved us 2 years ago. Our annual budget, our annual expenditures are about what, 150,000 a year approximately, and almost all of that is project oriented money we spend on things, and of course the salary of someone. So we probably have 60 or 70,000 of that is for an employee and a half. So like the 22,000 with or without it, frankly, doesn't make a lot of significant. But the planning ahead, if we have projects that go out 1, 2, 5 years, planning for these things, it's very difficult to make commitments to cooperators or other people or other agencies that we can be in a program of that length, particularly for grant funding, because we can't count on it. We need an employee. The supervisors, of course, are unpaid. And probably in this particular district, as opposed to others in the state, where supervisors are almost working employees for free. Sure. Because we have no other choice if we want to keep it going. So the dilemma, but that's where we sit.
Madam Chair. I might be reading this wrong, but when I'm looking at the statute, I see above where it says the proposition to impose a tax under this act shall be at the expense of the county. But then when you scroll down, the other highlighted part says, if it applicability to special districts, if it's just the special district under subsection C, it says all special district elections which are not conducted in conjunction with any other election shall be at the expense of the district. And so I'm confused.
If I can explain that, Mr.
Let Katie explain it from the elections office. if that-
Okay, yeah.
Right behind you.
Oh,
Thank you, Madam Chair Board. So the way to reflect that statute and read it correctly is that principal statute comes first and then the special district statute. So the taxing, so 11-16-134, that takes precedence over the statute that you're later reading. So in this case, since it is a taxing question, the county shall be liable for the expense of it.
Okay.
that was the decision by the county attorney, I believe.
Yes, that's his favorite advice to give us, is that shall means shall and may means may.
Sure. Well, my largest question is our budget situation, because we did not budget for it. And how we would handle that, I don't mind asking the people if they would support it or not. I think that's important to put out there, but that's a chunk to find in the budget or amend the budget to do.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess my thing is not having a budget too, but I know, Mr. Jones, you would like to have a low turnout because you think it would be
Strategically,
well, and so I'm looking at the case we have here, 2024 NRWD election that was sent out, 19% return. And so to me, is that a good investment? I mean, is that, if only 19% of the people even thought about returning it? I mean,
well, if it's
and that was about a third of what this one's gonna cost.
true, but if three people return ballots and two of them are positive, it still wins. The numbers don't matter much, just get 51%. So low turnout to me is meaningless. It's kind of an advantage because you may get more voters, in my opinion. And those that have an interest in it may be more likely to vote positive. Those that don't have an interest won't have an interest in it.
And so I guess, Mr. Jones, my thing is on this is an example when we tried to build the jail. The first time we tried to build it, it flunked miserably because there wasn't enough information. People weren't informed enough. We spent the next 5-6 years getting that word out to the public. And I guess in my case right now, we don't have it in the budget, and would it be better spent to try to, at this point in time, get the word out more and explain what the district does to try to get some more support?
That has been our goal the last 2 years specifically, is getting more word out about conservation. And I think we've been as successful as we can be, again, considering the fact we have only one employee and lots of other things to do. And I hear what you're saying. One problem we have, I believe, with going on to the primary election or the general election, which is at very little cost to the county, it's just add an extra line on the ballot. The problem is you're limited how many times you go back to the well if you fail. If you ask for that, you have to wait. I forget what the statute says, but a couple of years or something before you can do that again. You can't go back and be on every ballot all the time.
What is that limit, Katie?
And that is one full election cycle. So you have to,
So it'd be a 2-year.
yes, so if you were primary, like say if you did how you did the general, and then you can come back for the primary, but you can't come back same for same.
And that'd be regardless of ballot or on rate. So
any one of the three elections, mail ballot, primary, or general.
Are still subject to that waiting period. And when was the last time this was on? I thought it was just last
Primary last time.
2022.
I think it was.
Was it that? I thought it was 24, but
Yeah, I think we were.
are you sure? Cause I remember Mr. Venata.
Primary.
No, I,
The primary in the last election was a year before, 2 years before that was the general.
Okay.
So theoretically, we could, I guess, go back on the general ballot at no cost.
that'd only be a year though.
That'd be 4 years.
If we did it in 24.
Well, for the general election, it was. Well, primaries has been since 24. It's a little confusing, but sure, Mr. Billy, we just.
You can do it on the what?
We didn't do it on.
Can we do it in the general?
It was on the 2022 primary ballot.
Okay.
Was when it last appeared.
It would have been 20 general.
The
2022
primary ballot.
So
was when
you
it last
can do the
appeared.
2026 primary or general.
Yep. Yeah, they could do either.
Right. In 24, all we had was 2% lighting tax.
Okay.
In the gym, and then we didn't have anything. I remember not having anything in the primary. So the primary election. Madam Chair. We have to have an additional ballot slot. Primary, because it's both primary. So we have to have Republicans, Democrats, and unaffiliated. That question has to go on the affiliated. When in town and the city of Cody, we're already doing an unaffiliated ballot for our city council instance. But this would add an unaffiliated ballot in the exterior rural areas of Park County that the district falls in, such as North Fork, South Fork, etc. That we would have to have a single question unaffiliated ballot that was unaffiliated. It's just a logistical thing.
Right.
Not a huge deal. It adds cost to us having addition style. That's not.
When we talk about the mail ballot, if in fact it were to come into play for May. And it does not pass. What is their next opportunity? To go to the voters?
28.
28, they couldn't, yeah, they still couldn't do anything in 26, and so 28, either mail or primary general. Hmm.
Madam Chair, a question about the ballot returns. If it's a mail-in ballot, is it just a majority or is there a certain percentage that has to be met?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I believe this is just a majority. There's no threshold. It's simple. If you have more yes than no.
On ballots received,
Mhm.
doesn't matter if you only get
10,
5 back and 3 say yay and or that's
Yeah.
okay.
that puts the mill levy on everybody.
Wow.
That's the hope. 3 inches. Unless you're a legislator. Go there.
Oh, boy.
Madam Chair. I totally understand the predicament that you guys are in. I mean, I definitely. I think across the board, funding is getting tighter and tighter, but I struggle a little bit with, we've put a hiring freeze on our departments. And this again wasn't budgeted for, and then so it to me. I know you don't want to do it that way, but I would be more in support of if it going on a general ballot. I know you want it standalone. But I mean, we all have this same kind of predicament. We have to tighten our belts and we've asked all of our departments to tighten their belts. I just feel uncomfortable a little bit with the expenditure, especially after we've already approved the budget for this fiscal year. That's where I'm sitting right now.
Well, and I would kind of go along with that, reason being, I mean, if we did it on primary general, I'm fine with that. If it doesn't pass, then we have the opportunity in the following May or June, whatever, to again, look at the expenses and be able to shift the county budget to do the special funding type of, maybe up that to where we can help out a little bit more. I mean, I don't know what the commissioners at that time would say, but if you don't have a mill levy and you've got, we still have a requirement of needing you here, there's no question. So we could have different ways of looking at what to do at that time. But
That, I understand that, but one of the problems we have is what you're calling stability, being able to plan ahead for the future for the employees.
understood.
Again, that's just the generosity of the county is fine, but it's no different than a grant in terms of there's no permanency or stability to plan or to give an employee any kind of job security. And to find qualified employees in soils and water and things like that, it's relatively rare. And we're a low population state, low population county, so having expertise available is hard.
Sure. Pleasure of the board. So we have to make a decision. Is there a motion to support considering a mail ballot election for the Cody Conservation District mill levy? There being no motion, there'll be no action. Okay. Great, sorry.
Thank you all. You.
Yeah.
I'm not an attorney, but I still am confused like Kelly was on the wording in this.
I asked him about it and he said they have to pay for it.
We have,
No, but the county has to.
There needs to be. Is there a, like through the LSO office or something that can interpret? Like,
We can ask for Attorney General's opinion, but Brian has to do it. I mean, I can.
I mean, if they would pay for it, could pay for it, I would support it.
With what?
With what? Well, that's, but there's a part in here I read that basically we can actually loan them.
Well,
It's bad.
Yeah, I'll
And that's
check
why I
it, yeah.
don't understand, why is all this in there if it's not an option?
I'll check with him again, see if we can bring something back. Mr. Skorick, an interpretation on that statute. Questioning who is required to pay,
It's very, very clear cut.
but it's not that clear cut in what we were provided.
Oh, my apologies. It's very clear cut because the principal act in ag, Title 11. Clearly states that that's what, that the county would be on the hook for special election. The principal act always takes precedent over the Special District Election Act and then rules.
Okay.
So that's the hierarchy of the three. So the principal act says this is what's going to happen. The Special District Election Act says this is what will happen if the principal act was silent.
Oh,
And then
If the principal act is what?
if the principal act was silent on this subject, silent, not saying anything about who's going to pay. So if the principal act in Title 11 didn't say
The counties have to
that the
pay.
county has to pay, then you would fall to the Special District Election Act 2229, one and sec, and that would then tell you who's going to pay at that point. If the principal act or if the Special District Election Act is silent on whatever subject, then it falls to rules. So principal act,
Okay.
the subject act or the Special District Election Act.
and you're saying 1116 is the principal act.
1116.
Okay, If there's still questions, we can talk about it later if you want me to do some more research, but we need to move on. No problem.
Way to go.
So next thing on our agenda, Erica Decker, Park County Planning and Zoning. Kim Dillman. BOCC Simple Sub 334 Final Plat Review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report packet was provided to you and the applicant in advance of this hearing. All facts are within the packet, and I will now summarize the findings from the material. The complete packet will remain in the official file in the Planning and Zoning Department. Bill Cox, on behalf of Wycox LLC, submitted a final plat application requesting approval of the final plat to create one 2.05 acre lot for residential use from an existing 223.56 acre lot. An approximately 221.51 acre remainder parcel will result from the subdivision. The proposed subdivision is classified as a simple subdivision. Ownership of the property has been affirmed to Wycox LLC by warranty deed. The parcel is located 2.5 miles southwest of the city of Powell at the southwest corner of the intersection of County Lane 11 and County Road 12. Neighboring land uses are primarily agricultural, residential, and residential vacant lands with exempt Transportation Commission of Wyoming and exempt Shoshone Irrigation District lands to the north. The property is not located within 1 mile of a municipality. Proposed Lot 1 is developed with a pre-existing residence, 4 outbuildings, a septic system, and a well. The proposed subdivision is in a general rural Powell zoning district, and the lot size as proposed is consistent with that zoning district. Simple subdivisions are exempt from public hearing requirements. Relevant agencies were notified and responded as follows. Montana Dakota Utilities stated natural gas service is available. Shoshone Irrigation District stated that a water distribution plan is required, and it was working with the applicant's representative. Park County Weed and Pest will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. They recommend following best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds. Park County Public Works stated legal access to the lot is from direct access to Park County Lane 11 and Park County Road 12. Proposed Lot 1 has existing access points. Public Works does not have any immediate concerns with drainage and erosion control. Rocky Mountain Power has not provided a response. However, the existing residence is currently served by Rocky Mountain Power. USPS has not provided a response, but again, they currently receive mail at the residence on the proposed lot. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the subdivision. The applicants have provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat. The applicant has submitted a title report. The applicant has placed the required notes regarding permitting of water wells and Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991 on the final plat. A completed affidavit of subdividers compliance signed by the applicant has been provided to the Planning and Zoning Department. Applicable final plat specifications have been met, and a subdivision improvements agreement is not required since no applicable improvements are proposed or incomplete. Staff recommends the following conditions. The approval of this final plat shall expire after 18 months unless the final plat is signed by the chairman of the board and recorded by the clerk and recorder. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months. Condition 2, the applicant, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And condition 3, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. We stand by for questions.
This is not a public hearing, so we will just ask if the board has any questions or staff. No. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the Wycox Simple Subdivision 334 final plat review with conditions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve like Simple Subdivision 334 final plat with conditions. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Resolution. Okay. Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Erica Becker and Kim Dillman. Third amended plat of Green Creek subdivisions lot 1 and 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report packet was provided to you and the applicant in advance of this hearing. All facts are within the packet, and I will now summarize findings from the material. The complete packet will remain in the official file in the Planning and Zoning Department. Chad Wagler submitted an amended plat application to the Planning and Zoning Department requesting approval of the third amended plat of Green Creek subdivision, lots 1 and 2. The result of approval would be the vacation and reconfiguration of lot 1, which is 5 acres, creating lot 101, which remains 5 acres, and the vacation and reconfiguration of lot 2, which is also 5 acres, creating lot 102, which will remain 5 acres. The lots will continue to be for residential use. The original plat for the Green Creek subdivision was approved by the board in 1965. Approval of this amended plat will result in 2 lots with new configurations and legal descriptions. Ownership of Lot 1 is affirmed by warranty deed to Chad and Cassandra Wagler. Ownership of Lot 2 is affirmed by warranty deed to H28 LLC. Lot 1 and Lot 2 of the Green Creek subdivision are located approximately 19 miles west of the city of Cody on the south side of Highway 141620. The current use of each property is residential, and each property has a single-family residence. The lots are located within the general rural 5-acre zoning districts. No new lots are being created, and the reconfigured lots will continue to be 5 acres in compliance with the lot size requirements of the GR5 zoning district. And there appears to be adequate room for septic systems and water wells on each reconfigured lot. The proposed lot configuration change is a partial vacation, changing lot configurations, and an amended plat is required. The planning director determined that no public hearing is necessary because the changing the lot configurations of these lots does not appear to compromise or abrogate the rights and privileges of other lot owners in the subdivision. Agency referral requirements have been met. Park County Weed and Pest, WYDOT, and Park County Fire District Number 2 have no comments on the proposed amended plat. After the packet was prepared, I also received a response from Game and Fish, who also have no comments regarding the amended plat. Also, a response was received from the North Fork Valley Ditch Board of Directors, and I would just like to read that for you so I can add that to the findings. The North Fork Valley Ditch Board of Directors are not opposed to the boundary line adjustment between lot 1 and 2 of the Green Creek subdivision. We do, however, maintain the following rights: to perform maintenance if and when needed on the buried pipeline, the use of our right-of-way on the property to perform such maintenance. No buildings, electrical structures, or trees can be placed on the buried pipeline or in the right-of-way. The landowner is responsible for any injuries that may occur on the property. Park County Treasurer's Office stated taxes are paid current on these properties. The lots are not within any overlay district. No public comments have been received. And the amended plat meets the requirements outlined in Chapter 3, Section 15C of the regulations. Staff recommends the following conditions. Condition 1, prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall provide prepared ownership conveyances of the individual lots resulting from the amended plat to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department for recording. And Condition 2, the applicant shall comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. We stand by for questions.
Any questions from the board?
I'm sure.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a dumb question.
Okay.
It might be dumb. But when you say you're moving the lot line and each parcel is still gonna be 5 acres, like I can't make that math.
Here's
in
the,
my
here's
head.
the reason,
I don't understand that.
because the line is not straight anymore. They're
Uh,
moving it to where they're.
I'm picturing it like moving one way or
Right,
another.
no, it's going to become a jagged line,
Oh,
but each side will
Give or
still
take.
remain 5 acres.
okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board for staff? Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, move to approve the amended plat to the Green Creek subdivision lot 1 and 2 with staff recommendations.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the third amended plat of Green Creek subdivision lots 1 and 2. With recommendations.
Madam Chair, just a point of clarity. Do you want to incorporate anything from the irrigation district into the recommendations, or are you gonna put it?
Just wanted to include that into the findings. There is actually already a 50-foot easement included on the plat, which will cover all of their requests.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion for approval? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, boy. Hold up. So next on our agenda, Sheriff Stewart and Andy, Park County Sheriff, Under Sheriff. Request for approval to fill a vacant detention deputy position in the Sheriff's Department. Didn't take long after the budget was approved.
No, it didn't. No, we've been doing pretty well. We actually had another detention deputy that was looking at quitting as well, but I think that's been postponed to July since our request for this meeting, so we're pretty good. But with the budget concerns and stuff like that, we're looking to see, looking for direction as to whether we should rehire or are we looking at potential staff cuts, you know?
Well, I think we can say the same thing that we've kind of said to everybody so far. You had budgeted at a certain level of staff, and we know that you had that. You would probably bring somebody in maybe a little under where this person was. We don't know. But the fact remains that come May or June, you may be cutting people.
Yes.
Depending on what happens with the legislature and our budget. Tax wise and things like that. So we don't know for sure. I mean, I'm not sure I'd give you a hard no at this point.
Yeah.
Because we also know your office fluctuates fairly often as far as employees go, but I also don't know what your demands are. I mean,
At this point, like I said, we are just down one. We've been doing very well since the last set of raises and such, so. But
Okay.
May I give a staffing update on that?
You bet.
So right now we're at 89% trained and certified staff. So our goal is to try to get to 90, which would mean 49 out of 54 first responders are trained and certified. Off training, they're on the schedule. And we haven't had 90% probably over 3 years. So we're on the precipice of it. The measures we've done in the last year, this is the last person that just voluntarily withdrew. We had not had an employee leave in 11 months, which is excellent. That's unheard of compared to previous years where we had 11 or 17, massive amount for various reasons. So this last year has been very good and we appreciate the responsiveness on different measures because I think it's shown in different ways with the employees retaining and staying. But 11 months was a really good window if we didn't have anyone to lead in all 3 divisions.
questions?
I have a little different perspective, personally than our chairman, and that is, I supported, COLA and some raises in, our last year's budget, provided we had a hiring freeze. I knew there was gonna be some exceptions to that rule based on statutes that are required. And some departments that have one, we lose one, you can't, there's some that needed to be. But just because it's in your budget, I'm not totally in favor of doing this, knowing what could be coming next year. My question is there a golden number that you guys are required to have as far based on population, and where are we at in relation to that, if there is one?
I'm unaware of a golden number that would be set for that. And I have the same concerns you have, but if we're gonna be doing staff cuts, I'd say we probably start now, as opposed to losing people, hiring someone and then losing them. The jail is the main concern statutorily that we have to maintain. And so like I say, if it got down as low as it did here 2 years ago, I think we were down 6 or 7 at that point. We're starting to get dangerously low then. But right now with one, we're not. So that's why we thought we'd come to you and discuss it and see where you thought we needed to go. But as far as a set number, no, I would say probably 5 per shift would.
So night shift 4 would be the minimum, and that just helps us cover all the bases for our obligations with running a constitutionally sound jail. The day shift typically would be 5, just because of day shift operations, courts, fingerprints, different things that we're doing. It's just a busier time where 5 deputies that we stay with, and that would be our minimum preference on that. In combination with sick leave, vacation, different people covering shifts, and then the courtroom security. Detention is typically busy to where patrol kind of takes over the courtroom security. So we kind of talk, could we assign or have detention help out with that? But because we're tasked on keeping the jail, keeping everyone fed. And even a couple of weeks ago, we had a surge of arrests where it was 9 arrests one evening, and it takes hours upon hours of people in properly to make sure we're taking them in. There's no risk factors or people need to go to the hospital, making sure we're processing them properly because they're in our care for 24 hours.
So I know in the past we had some trouble with, not trouble, but paying overtime, and we actually we'd have been better off to been overstaffed than paying the overtime on something. So if this person isn't replaced, is it actually going to be more costly to the county? Or can you rearrange the staff somehow to minimize the overtime to cover that lack of one position?
I don't believe we're in that position yet, or we'd be creating overtime. I'd have to check with jail lieutenant, but I don't see us being at that point right now.
So if I'm understanding you correctly right now, you're saying you can probably get by for a while and see what happens? Whether you lose another one or not, I mean, we just don't know.
Depends on who you talk to. The jail lieutenant, no, but
Yeah.
us.
I tend to lean towards getting people trained up, and if we do, say we have a pivot point where it's like, hey, we know our budget is at that threshold that it's a problem, and we need to make cuts. Again, I hope we get another 11 months where no one leaves, but traditionally we do have people leave, and it would just be maybe the attrition like the schools have done when they've encountered budget issues. They're like, hey, we're at a point where anyone else wants to go, and I think they were even incentives like, if you're tired, we're going to get that, but I'm not recommending that. It's just if we get to that threshold where it's okay, the budget is very tough, maybe really look at it, not replace.
What is your training time frame on detention? Yes.
So on average, it can vary. So detention is 8 weeks of training, but then the FTO program's at least 12 weeks. And it varies because they'll be training before academy, and then they get back and they finish it out. So certain things they can't do until they get back to the academy, like transports, making sure they get that experience. So on average, it takes detention might be more like 8 months, but when we look at it, it's like 10 months. And that's just to get them off as a rookie on their own on the schedule of training. And you're talking at least $50,000, $60,000 worth of time, not counting the trainer's time too.
Right.
So if we keep people, it's a lot less money we're spending on training someone as opposed to if they have that competency and skill set and experience that they've dealt with suicide, intoxicated personnel, de-escalation crisis intervention, those things, they're going to get better and better at the people.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I think one thing to think about, I mean, obviously the department, but that's probably the only department I can think of in the county that spends at least probably 2 to 3 months to even get them hired, to go through the process, through the backgrounds, through the psychologicals. And so, I mean, that's just something to keep in mind if they're looking at losing somebody in July, potentially, then, you know, you're gonna be starting fairly soon on that process to even replace that one. So it's just something to keep in mind.
The loss in July will likely happen. That there's family members moving away and they're going to have to follow. But we thought it was going to happen a lot sooner, and now it's moved it out to July.
Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I lean towards, I understand Commissioner Teal's concern. I do. But I'm comfortable that we've budgeted for this position in this fiscal year. And I don't want to borrow trouble before we have to. You know, we don't know what the legislature is going to do. And I think you guys understand that if it comes to that, you might have to make some different decisions. But right now it's in the budget, and likely this person, I don't know, this person would come in underneath what was budgeted maybe as a new hire. And so, you know, I think right now I would feel better that they have the staff that they need. And it's budgeted. And we took the measures for, we did other measures for cuts in our budget this fiscal year. So that's where I'm reading.
What do you want to do?
Do we need a motion?
Yeah, because we asked them to come in front of us on each one of them. I think we need to deal with it.
Okay, well, Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we approve the filling of a vacant detention deputy position in the sheriff's department. The, under the, yeah, as long as it comes in under the budget. What was budgeted? Comes in
Within the budget.
within the budget, not under it. Yeah.
Under be good, but yeah.
Under ideally, but within the budgeted.
I'll second that. Just getting people to actually want to do this gig is sometimes difficult. It's good to have people lined up that actually want to be a detention deputy and not want to work their way up to deer hitters like you got now, which deputies, regular
Heard that.
road deputies. So I'll second that motion and stop hitting deer.
We'll get into that in a minute. So I have a motion and a second to approve the filling of this detention position, as long as it's within the budgeted amount. Any further discussion on the motion?
I just want to say I really appreciate what you guys do. And I don't know whether a little bird told you or you read my mind, but you've had a patrol out in my area in the last week. And he's been busy. There have been a lot of people late for work and he's been pulling over and it's muchly appreciated. So don't take it personal when I don't support this. But I believe a firing freeze should be just that.
There should be a permanent deputy in Clark.
Right at the end of the main road where it goes over.
Yeah. Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, so did we have another sheriff's car hit a deer? I mean, there was a little report on the radio this morning, so
What was that?
another sheriff vehicle hit a deer?
There was one last week that caused no damage. I think
Oh,
it just
caused no
reported
damage.
it
Okay.
damaged the deer, but not the
Okay.
truck.
Cool, all
I
right.
hope.
Thanks for the grant.
It didn't say that on the police.
Say that on the police report.
Deputy versus deer.
Okay,
If there's no damage, don't report it unless to the deer's immediate family.
Younger and experienced one that they got a second opinion, they realized, oh. Yeah.
his real comment was, I hope it wasn't one of the new trucks.
No, yeah.
But they're not even
The
here
brush
yet.
card safety, sounds like.
Yes.
Madam Chair, on those, the whole deer issue real quick, I mean, when I first put those ranch hands on the trucks, I got some flack from some of the people until they realized how many times you can actually still get to a call once you hit one.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
they do make a
Yeah,
difference.
they do.
Okay.
The only trucks we didn't have hit the deer.
Great,
That one.
thanks,
Thank you.
thank you.
This one's not a public hearing.
Nope. The final plat.
Oh.
So I think we're okay. It's not a public hearing, so Kim Dillon, Erica Becker, Park County Planning and Zoning, Pioneer Place Major Subdivision Final Plat and Special Improvements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'll do is I'll summarize some of the findings from this report. Of course, all the findings and other facts and responses from agencies and public comments, anything relevant is in our packet. So this is the consideration of, get to my, sorry, Madam Chair. So this is consideration of the final plat and the subdivision improvements agreement for the subdivision. The final plat application was received about a year ago. It was October of 2024. And with the draft final plat and the draft subdivision improvements agreement, we did receive a revised final plat for this subdivision on September 2nd of this year. Of course, the applicant requests approval of this final plat, resulting in the vacation and the re-subdivision of Lot 2 of Gillette Minor Subdivision 66. Should this be approved, it will be an 8-lot subdivision. There'll be 6 2.5 acre lots and 2 3.5 acre lots. All will be for residential use. The applicant also requests approval of a build subdivision improvements agreement, which I think all of you had a chance to see. The county attorney's office approved the SIA on September 30th of this year. Ownership is affirmed by warranty deed to the Willets. This subdivision is classified as a major subdivision. And the subdivision location it's approximately 1.5 miles south of Powell. It's south of Lane 11. It's on the east side of Road 10. Property is currently unaddressed. Madam Chair, municipal review is not required. Of course, as you know, a public hearing is not required for final plat review. There have been 3 written public comments that have been received from adjacent landowners in opposition to the subdivision. I assume those have been received over time. Board of County Commissioners approved the preliminary plat with conditions of this subdivision on August 27th, 2024 by resolution 2024-52. A stormwater runoff and erosion control plan has been approved by Park County Public Works. The applicant has submitted a draft HOA addressing maintenance of shared facilities. The applicant has placed the required notes on the final plat. The plat review committee reviewed the initial submissions of the final plat on October 11th of 2024. Corrections and changes were identified in the initial submission, and the final revised version was submitted on, again, September 2nd of this year. All applicable final plat specifications have been met according to appendices 3, 7, and 3, 5, and 7 of the regulations. The applicant submitted supporting documents as specified in Appendix 4 of the Park County regulations, and all application final plat specifications and final plat submission requirements have been met. Madam Chair, our recommendation is approval of the subdivision improvements agreement for Pioneer Place Major, as well as the final plat of Pioneer Place Major. And we have some conditions that we'd like you to consider. Number 1 is the applicant shall provide all easements as required by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easements be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number 2, the applicant shall comply with all public works requirements. Number 3, the applicant shall ensure all required signatures and they'll have those notarized are obtained on the subdivision improvements agreement, and shall provide a copy of said agreement to the Planning and Zoning Department prior to recordation. Number 4, the planning director shall review the signed subdivision improvements agreement and notify the applicant when it may be recorded, thus allowing for commencement of construction of subdivision improvements. The applicant shall complete, number 5, the applicant shall complete the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement timely and provide evidence of completion of all improvements to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 6, after the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement have been met and the applicant is notified of such by the Planning and Zoning Director, the applicant shall provide the final Mylar plat to the Planning and Zoning Department to be reviewed and signed by the Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners. Number 7, once conditions 5, and 6 have been met, the applicant, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record all required final plat submissions, including but not limited to the final plat, covenants, homeowners association agreement, water distribution plan, long-term noxious weed management plan, and subdivision improvements agreement in the office of the county clerk and recorder. This will constitute release of the lots in the development for sale. And number 8, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements is set forth in Wyoming statute 185306. And Madam Chair, should you, you may, just a reiteration, you may know this, you may probably remember this, but our recommendation is if you're to approve this, we recommend two motions, a motion for the plat and the SIA, and then, but in one resolution.
Okay.
And we're happy to answer any questions, should you have any.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, it's hard to read in here, and I know we went over this, but we've seen a bunch of them since then. Are there wells supplying the water to these? I'm trying to read it on the plat, but I'm not seeing that.
Madam Chair, I apologize, and Commissioner Teal, I missed all of the sketch plan and preliminary plat for this subdivision, so I'm not fully aware of all the details.
The reason I ask, one of the comments is, from the public was a concern of the depletion of the water aquifers, if you will, or
Sure.
table out there and all where in the, if I understood his comment correct, or person's comment, there's already having trouble with wells. So I guess my question was, does the state, when you apply for a water well, if you deplete someone else's, is there a point where the state will require you to not use your water well? And I'm just wondering, as these subdivisions move in and we start depleting these waters, I mean, is there some recourse or protection to the existing people?
Madam Chair, I've never heard of that. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I've never heard that being something that the state engineer's office does.
Madam Chair, I think that was the Keller subdivision there where the neighbor up above them was worried about the depletion of the water that they were going to be getting. And I guess they worked it out between them somehow.
So your belief is it's a civil issue after?
Yeah, it's a civil
It
issue.
could be depleting so many of the existing homes out there by allowing 6 more
Yeah.
wells and
Awesome.
or 8, whatever it is.
But Madam Chair, the problem would be is how do you ever prove who did it?
I don't know.
Which one caused, yeah.
Right. No, I get that. I just,
The other question, Kim, one of the letters in here from 1116 Road 9.5, it talks about sketch plan for Mountain View Meadows major subdivision.
So
That was the
there
research.
was an SUP that had
Okay.
started at the same time that this did, that was called Mountain View Meadows, and
Wanted to
they
be sure,
opted to change the name of the
Okay.
subdivision.
wanted to be sure that we were on the same. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's too fine to be able to see it.
yeah, I just,
Okay.
I know Madam Chair, we probably should have had this discussion before the final plat, but I just. All of it was
We
really.
probably did. It's just been a while. We probably did. It's just been a while.
Yeah. Well, this one in fact was started in. The preliminary plan was in 24.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
Right,
remember.
So
those
it's been a
ones.
while.
Yeah.
What's the pleasure of the board
Oh,
on the improvements agreement?
Find it. No proposed central water system.
Okay.
Is on the plat. So
Yeah.
they evidently are wells.
Salt wells, evidently.
Okay, so a motion on the subdivision improvements agreement first, please. Or the other.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the subdivision improvement agreement for Pioneer Place major subdivision. With conditions. As presented.
Second.
The motion and a second to approve the subdivision improvements agreement as presented. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Then regarding the final plat for Pioneer Place major subdivision,
Madam Chair, move to approve Pioneer Place major subdivision final plat with conditions.
Second.
been moved and seconded to approve Pioneer Place major subdivision final plat with conditions. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thanks.
Thank you, Hans.
And they're both on one resolution, correct? Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you're done for today. Long day of planning and zoning.
Yes.
What up?
You earned a donut. Yep.
Are you expecting anybody else, Mary Louise? Okay.
No, it's just me.
Just you, okay, then we can keep moving. I just didn't want to start it. You
No,
were
you
thinking somebody
save
else
the best
was
to
done.
last, right?
Okay, you bet.
I know you had a long day.
Thank you.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Mary Louise Wood, University Extension Educator and 4-H Development, 4-H Week Proclamation.
I hope you guys have it. I didn't bring
We
it
do.
out. Okay.
Yeah, it's on our site.
So it is National 4-H Week, and what I gave you is some highlights from last year, because October 1st, we began our new 4-H year. So Park County 4-H is doing, I think, quite well, but I also wear rose-colored glasses, but I just wanted to share. And if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. But I spent the weekend in Laramie with the new 4-H leadership team and kicked the year off that way, and life's good.
Weather was kind of crappy down there, but
It was a little interesting. We were supposed to go on a campus tour right before it started hailing, and there was intense lightning and thunder, and I was like, I have a plan B.
yeah.
So we did a virtual tour and stayed dry till the game, and then froze, and
It's quite the day down there. So the proclamation should be on your screens. I don't know, does anybody want it read into the record, or are we okay?
I would vote Commissioner Mangold, Madam Chair.
You should say the 4-H pledge.
No. We probably all know it, but you know.
2025 National 4-H Week Proclamation, whereas 4-H youth across the nation are leading efforts to solve problems in their communities and make a difference for their futures. Whereas 4-H is one of the largest youth development organizations in Wyoming and the largest in the nation with over 6 million young people. Whereas 4-H in Wyoming claims 6,927 youth members, 1,219 adult volunteers, while Park County 4-H program numbers more than 476 youth members and 56 adult volunteers. Whereas 4-H is part of the University of Wyoming Extension is a program where youth learn through opportunities that provide them hands-on experience in 4-H mission mandates of science, engineering and technology, healthy living, and citizenship. Whereas research continues to prove that young people that are involved in 4-H are twice as likely to plan to attend college, more likely to avoid risky behaviors, more likely to contribute to their communities, and more involved in leadership roles for their future than those not engaged in 4-H. Now, therefore, we, members of the Park County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim October 5th through the 11th, 2025 as National 4-H Week in Park County. We urge the people of the community to take advantage of the opportunity to become more aware of this special program that enhances our young people's interest in their futures as part of the Park County 4-H youth development, and to join us in recognizing the unique partnership between our county and our state university system.
very nice.
You didn't have to reread it.
Thank you. Commissioner Mangold.
Not sure he breathes either.
I'll send you a bill.
Yeah. Oh, good. Send it to Hans.
Madam Chair, in doing so, I would make a motion to approve the proclamation for 4-H Week.
Second.
I moved and seconded to approve the proclamation for 4-H week designation. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Next year, come in earlier so you don't lose the week already.
Did Lloyd vote to a vote?
I mean, I will come in September. How's that
There
one?
you go.
Thank you all.
I don't think you heard you.
Did you vote no?
Yep.
No to kids and puppies.
With that said, there being no other business that I'm aware of to come before the board.
Madam Chair, move to adjourn.
There you go. Go second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We are done for today.